EscoNitz, how's it going? I'm excited because today we're starting Shadowbringers. 385? Yeah, my weapon's better. Good news, Leonor. We've had a stroke of luck in our search for that beacon. Apparently our colleagues have stumbled across a hidden path leading into the hollows around the base of the Crystal Tower. A path I doubt we'd ever have found had the Ironworks and the Suns not added their numbers to the party. Thanks to them, we have eager eyes aplenty down there, checking under rocks and peering into every nook and cranny. Still, it sounds like there's a lot of ground to cover. Sounds like tedious work, but not as tedious as waiting around, I suppose. Exactly, so I was thinking we should go and lend a hand. The sooner we find this beacon, the sooner you can travel to wherever it is this mysterious voice is coming from. And the sooner we can work out how to help our friends. We have to find a way to wake them up, and before the Empire comes calling again. Meaning we have no time to lose. Nod. There's a boat in North Silvertier waiting to ferry people to the site, so let's be on our way. You, take me to the Crystal Tower. Heading to the Servite site, madam? It's on the eastern shore of the lake, and the swiftest way to get there is by boat. Alright, Tataru, what you got for me?
Look how many people there are.
Did her voice change?
Pick up anything that seems the least bit device-like, and we'll make ourselves a pile.
Nod.
Well, if it isn't the hero of the hour, maybe you'll change our look. We've found bugger all without you.
Biggs! Wedge!
Hey.
Aye, aye. But we could hardly say no to a call for aid from the Scions. Jesse called it the chief of some other business, so we'll be working twice as hard to make up for his not being here.
Thrice as hard, even.
Thank you, both of you. I'm sure we'll find that beacon in no time.
Remember, Wedge has a crush on, Tataru.
I'm not seeing anything out here. Do you reckon you could squeeze in there, Wedge?
And get stuck halfway? No, thank you.
I could try if you like.
Tataru, no! We couldn't ask you to do that.
Oh, I'll be fine. This receptionist is not afraid to get her hands dirty.
What'd I find?
sorry, I meant to say, the scholars haven't finished their preliminary assessment of the site yet, so we're not supposed to venture too far in. What's that you got there? Now that looks promising.
Is that the ironworks symbol?
Isn't that the ironworks symbol? Counterfeiters?
Now I have you.
You are right.
What's happening?
Ah!
With me. Focus on my voice. Let expanse contract. Eon become instant.
Wait, this must be it. The device. Oh, this is supposed
Sloppy!
How's it going,
Wide the gates
Cerulean?
that we may pass.
Safe journey, warrior of light. Find our friends and
Oh. Bring them home. What do you think of my new outfit, Cerulean?
Oh, do not look at me so.
Horse font!
you're slaves to a tyrant. There's no freedom in that.
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you.
We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this.
Our memories? Who's that?
Your time has not yet come.
Minfilia? What's this? Is that? It's the Warrior of Darkness. Oh, how much did I drink last night? Are you talking about the alt you have on this server, Cerulean, or the main server? Pretty. Ah, your main character.
Dreams I awake. Something vague, yet urgent, calls me to action once more.
Wait. Isn't this the guy? The merchant from the beginning of the game?
Rare to meet someone out here who's not a peddler themselves. What brings you into the wilds this time of night?
What do you mean this time of night?
Well, if it ain't the oldest joke in the book. Me granddad, God's rest his soul, used to tell that one to the barman at kicking out time. And when, pray tell, did we last have a dark night? You rotten old drunk, yet he'd reply.
Huh.
Over 100 bleeding years ago, that's when.
Huh.
You got that look down to a T. I'd almost think you meant it. Ah, got to you, did they? Poor beggar. That explains it then.
No thanks.
Well, I've roads to travel and wares to sell, but you best hurry along to the town nearby.
Friend!
Just head east through the trees and aim for the Shining Tower. You'll find the place soon enough. 'Tis the biggest settlement for malms around. Go on now, friend. They'll take good care of you in the Crystarium.
Huh. This song's good.
To dizzying heights it rises. The gleaming spire. Its tip threatening to pierce the blinding canopy. There, it will all begin anew. Between dark and light, the pure and the corrupt, the one true struggle.
Welcome to Shadowbringers, everyone.
Halt!
Every face in this city I know. Yours, I do not. This is the threshold of the Crystarium, stranger, and I am its gatekeeper. If you would enter, you will answer my questions.
Okay. Why is everything purple?
From where do you hail?
Hold on.
Do you take me for a fool? No such place exists. Had you given me an honest answer, I would not have barred your way. We care little here for a person's place of origin. But instead, you chose concealment. And I will not suffer you to pass.
What? What did it drop?
That one had eaten. It must have gulped down the whole hand, ring and all.
Oh, the merchant.
Everything all right, Captain?
Quite
The
all right,
voice.
my lord. Just a stray sin eater, and a weak one at that.
I see. Weak or not, we should be on the lookout for more. But I see you've met my guest. I will escort her to the Crystarium myself, if you've no objections.
Another of your mysterious friends, is it? I should have known. Very well. I'll inform the others your guest is to be given the run of the city. Pray forgive my less than cordial welcome. May the rest of your stay with us be a pleasant one.
Come with me. I will answer whatever questions you have when we are somewhere more private. Right then, before we plunge into the wheres and wherefores, let me first thank you for answering my summons. I had intended to bring you directly to my personal quarters, but I fear my aim was slightly off. That you are still able to make the crossing unharmed is a great relief. And so, we come to the question of where. The realm in which you now find yourself belongs to one of the 13 reflections, or shards. The first, to be precise, even if its inhabitants are largely oblivious to the fact.
The first shard.
As to wherefore, having been awarded the rather grandiose title of Crystal Exarch, I, in my capacity as caretaker of the Crystarium, thought to seek the aid of you and your companions.
Are the other Scions here?
That is a question with no simple answer. But all shall be explained in due course, I promise you. Let us begin with the glaring skies up above. Here in the first, the world has been all but consumed by primordial light. It began a century ago, by this realm's reckoning. A luminous flood swallowing everything in its path. More than 9/10 of this star was lost.
So is this in the future?
And the fortunate few who survived are hounded by abominations born of that catastrophe even now. Sin Eaters, we call them. The creature you saw earlier was one such monstrosity. It was to save the first from this menace that I learned to bridge the rift between worlds. that I might call upon the aid of the greatest of heroes.
I'm not the greatest.
And though it meant depriving a world of its champion, I had to try, for in saving the first, you would bring salvation to the source as well. But what manner of host harangues his guests in the middle of the road? Let us continue our talk within the Crystarium.
Okay. He said deprive one world of its champion. Does this mean I'm stuck here forever? If I can be honest, living in a world where it's always daytime wouldn't be so bad.
Vibrant city. The sole sanctuary for the living in a world all but resigned to oblivion. Each stone was laid with hope. The town itself a symbol, a monument to defiance in the face of death. No would-be hero could fail to answer its call. For who among us does not yearn for salvation?
Amalsha. Huh. Hang on a second. I see a crystal. I'll go around the place and grab the shards in a moment. Oh. Guess I won't. I wonder, if I were to teleport away, would I just be screwed? And here we are. Welcome, my friend, to the Crystarium. You. Now, a full and frank discussion in the privacy of my study would seem to be in order. But I think our conversation would be more meaningful were you to first to gain a firmer grasp of the situation here. To that end, I would like you to visit a few of the Crystarium civic leaders and glean something of this world and its predicament. As you can see, this path will take you directly to the Aetherite, convenience with which I am sure you are only too familiar. Being the rightful object of my summoning spell, you should in theory be able to reach all the way back along your etheric trail and find a connection to in the source, believe it or not. I strongly suggest you complete this attunement before venturing any further. After you have done so, walk up to the steps next to the Aetherite and head out to the left to arrive in the Crystalline Mean. This is where you'll find our collective of crafters and gatherers, as well as their spokeswoman, Catless, one of the people I should like you to meet. Another is Morin. To reach him and his cabinet of curiosity, you'll want to avoid the aforementioned steps. Take the exit to the left and simply continue straight along and down until you come to the large doors at the end of the path. The third and final person I should like you to meet is Bragi, our man in charge of trade and distribution. He is to be found in the markets, which you can access from the opposite side of the Aetheryte Plaza. Hey Tsukuyomi, how's it going? In seeking out each of my colleagues, you will visit the major districts of the city and hopefully gain a feel for the place. I trust my directions were simple enough? Crystal clear. Get it, Crystal? Ha! Very good. I concede the layout of the Crystarium owes more to the historic necessity than planning, but I'm sure you'll learn its twists and turns before long. In all honesty, the true challenge may be in finding the right way to approach its citizens. As you discovered during your encounter with the captain, the people of this world are unaware of the existence of other stars, and will struggle to accept the truth of your origin. That being the case, when they ask whence you hail, as they inevitably will, I suggest you claim to share a homeland with the Crystal Exarch. There is an unspoken rule here about peering too deeply into that particular mystery. Nod. When you've finished making the rounds, pray meet me in the large courtyard at the center of the town. Until then. Sorry. Attuned to the Aetheryte. It's actually part of the quest. By focusing your senses, you detect the flow of vastly distant currents of aether. Your connection to these energies is faint but stable and should allow teleportation to the Aetherites in the source. Okay. Too bad this city's so large and doesn't have a, This is so pretty. Okay. Like, tell me this isn't pretty looking. Excuse me, miss. Are you recently come to the city, perchance? I'm quite familiar with our civic roles, you see, and, well, ahem. Nod. What I mean to ask is, have you brought any books with you? A rumpled scroll, even? A scrap of scribbled on parchment? Huh? My apologies. Literature is something of an obsession of mine, as well as a profession. Librarian Morin at your service, and this humble collection is known as the Cabinet of Curiosity. As your powers of perception has likely informed you, my colleagues and I are responsible for curating all manners of tomes, documents, and other vehicles for the written word. As horrific as the loss of life and land wrought by the flood unquestionably was, the damage to recorded knowledge was less catastrophic. We few do all we can to preserve what wisdom survived. But tell me, what brings you to the cabinet today? Looking for any title in particular? Mayhap a spot of academic research? The Crystal Excerpt told me to talk to you. Oh, so you've an interest in modern history. Splendid. A thorough review of recent events can often yield novel perspectives. I quite agree. If you would prefer something visual to accompany the account, then I think I have an illustrated history book for children somewhere. Just a moment and I'll fetch it for you. And here we are. Would you like to pull up a chair? Make yourself more comfortable? Ahem. On with the lesson then. Nod. "100 years ago, or near enough not to matter, villains known as the Warriors of Light slew the Shadowkeeper, the Steward of Darkness. In the wake of this tainted deed, light began to pour into the world as if from unseen cracks. It pooled and swelled without cease until the day of an enormous blinding wave rose up and swept across our star. We call this calamity the Flood of Light. Everything it touched was leached of life and vigor, leaving naught behind but a luminous wasteland. Yet, just when it seemed that all would be lost, a savior appeared before us. The Oracle of Light. She stood twixt us and approaching doom, and by her power did she stay the flood. Thus was Norvrent, and Norvrent alone spared the fate of the Erasure." Tragedy would, however, arrive in another form. From the blasted emptiness descended horrors of strange and terrible aspect, to bedevil the few folk who survived. These sin-eaters were light incarnate, and their fulgent presence stole the night from Norvrent's sky. Even now, they circle the remaining bastions of civilization, ever on the hunt for us, ever hungering for our flesh. And thus did the world become what it is. Should you ever wish to hear the tale again, I would be glad to retell it to you. Or if you would rather I speak of other matters, that too would be my pleasure. I should be glad of the company. Your exchange with Morin has taught you about the Flood of Light. Crunch. Okay. This should take me upstairs, right? I'm assuming that one's upstairs. Wait, can I use this? Hang on. The bell does not seem to be functioning. Oh. I'm glad I went the wrong way. Hello, Catless. Rare to see a place so well stocked with goods, isn't it? But not here. I'm going to guess you're new to our fair city? Well, for what it's worth, you've chosen a fine sanctuary. The Exarch can throw up a barrier if the Sin-Eaters come knocking, so it's a damn sight safer in here than it is out there. Safer and more civilized, too. Thanks to us in the mean, we work together to procure materials and resources and craft the goods which make the city life possible. This is the place to visit if you need a coat mended or a kettle forged. Just don't go thinking it'll all be handed to you on a plate like those Morin layabouts. Here in the Crystarium, we work for a living. Though I see you're no stranger to honest labor, you don't have that whiff of indolence about you like some folk I've met. Still, I can't quite pin down your profession. Where is it you're from? One of the Exarch's countrymen, you say? I see. Nod. Well then, I'll work twice as hard to make you feel welcome. Our city wouldn't even exist if it weren't for him, and any friend of his is a friend of ours. It's really quite incredible when you think about it. They say his grand magic summoned the Crystal Tower into existence, pulled the entire thing out of thin air. It wasn't long before droves of refugees began congregating around its base, desperate for shelter after losing their homes to the flood. And that's how the Crystarium began. At the Exarch's invitation, buildings started going up, and with the help of some curious relics brought forth from the tower, the place gradually expanded into the thriving metropolis you see today. The city's stood here for decades now, yet the eldest among us swear the Exarch looks exactly the same as he did back then. He is indeed a man of many mysteries, but for all his secrecy, he has never yet let us down. So if he, and you, wish to remain silent about your shared homeland, then the folk here will respect your wish for privacy. I am, however, more than a little curious to see any crafting talent you might be hiding. If you've ought to contribute on that front, be sure to come back and visit once you've had a chance to settle in. Just ask for Catliss, and I'll find you a niche here in the Crystalline Mean. You can help us keep the cogs of the city greased and returning. I have taught you about the life of the Crystarium. Looks like we're going up again. Aha! There it is. Okay. We need the Docile Gate, and then whatever those ones down there are. Just those two. Musica Universalis markets, and the pendant. Whoop. Whoop. And whoop. Haha! Easy peasy. There's one. Oh, someone sent me a tell. New to the city, friend? The spinning head and wide eyes gives you away. Welcome, my name is Broggy, and I'm the master of these markets. They gave the district another official title, but I'm not in the habit of using it. Too florid by half. In any case, our merchants stock a range of equipment for V's, such as yourself, so finding something in your size shouldn't be a problem. Sorry, did you say V's? Aye, something wrong? let's see if we can straighten this out. See those two in front of us? The shorter one is a hume, and the taller one is an elf. A sturdy individual over there is a Gald gent, while the one with the horns is a Dran. And then you would have the large, scaly chap with long tails and a knack for raising livestock. Those would be the Zoom. Which is apparently not the name you know them by. Now, I'm curious to know which far-flung region you hail from. Ah, the same as the Exarch, eh? Well, that explains it. Nod. You don't get much further flung than that. We've had a few of your lot pass through in recent years, and despite their obvious learning, they floundered over the simplest things. But not to worry, should you find yourself confused by the local language or customs, I'll be here to answer your questions. The peoples of the first. Alright, let's go grab the pendants, and then that's our last... Yay. All the shards. Crystarium. Lake Gland is now teleporting. Someone's gonna give me the Black Mage gear. Since I'm leveling up Black Mage. Wait. Oh. Okay. Just the armor, it looks like. Alright. Back to the Crystarium. XIV? Try on. I love this armor design. That's really cute, actually. Let's see. Enable die preview. That looks really good. Okay, enough of that. Well, how did you fare? Did my colleagues help you form a clear picture of this world and its people? Yes, it seems you were treated to a most thorough introduction. I understand it was something of a chore, but 'twas necessary that you grasp these things before we proceed. As for the Crystal Tower's origin, you may have noted that details were sparse. The structure is, in fact, the selfsame one you know from the source, transported to the first in its entirety. It was my first attempt at breaching the boundaries between worlds. Something of a trial run for your eventual crossing. And although I do not know which era I tore it from, I do know that its arrival served to set the wheels of fate in motion. I'm gonna use this to gear up my Black Mage when it hits 70. You've done as I requested and learned something of the world in which you find yourself. Now it is time I fulfilled my half of the bargain and explained what has befallen your comrades. That is a conversation I would rather have in the privacy of my quarters. However, I must go on ahead to the tower and organize a few things. But I shall see that the guard knows to admit you. Just like that, then Grahatia is... I'm not familiar with that name. Is there something I should know? An extraordinary tale, but I'm afraid I found no such individual residing in the tower when it passed into my care. Mayhap we can revisit that mystery another time. For now, I think it best that we focus on the present. Grahatia is the guy that sealed the gate shut. So maybe he pulled this from before? I don't know. Greetings, madame. The Exarch awaits you inside. Taro made this outfit for me. I'm gonna wear it.
Welcome to the Ocular, my private study. We can speak here without fear of being overheard. I have much to explain, but the truths which I must touch upon in doing so would cause only distress and confusion to the people of this world. Pray keep that in mind.
Nod.
Now, I am sure you are desperate to know the fate of your fellow Scions. To put it simply, they are here in the First. Their arrival, however, was not as recent as you may imagine. Here, time flows at a different pace from that of the Source.
Okay.
In the space of a single hour in your home world, an entire year might pass in the First, and the reverse could also be true. The pace fluctuates without rhyme or reason, and it cannot be predicted. That said, we seem to be entering a period of mere equivalence. And thus, for the moment, you need not overly concern yourself with the passage of time.
So that's how they're gonna explain it.
As for your companions, however, Yustola and Urianger have dwelled here for 3 winters, all told, while Thancred's count stands at 5.
What about Alphino and Alize?
Recent arrivals, Alphino and Alize, have lived in the First for almost a year. My intention had been to summon only you, but the art of reaching across worlds has proven exceedingly difficult to master. Thus it was that my fumbling hand closed upon those to whom your fate is most closely bound as well.
How come?
As they were not the object of my summons, their transference was incomplete. Though they may appear to possess corporeal bodies, they are, in truth, merely spirits that one can see and touch. Consequently, while you yourself will be able to pass between worlds with relative freedom, they will not. Much as it grieves me, they are stranded here, unable to return.
Why wouldn't they be able to return? What have they been doing all this time?
We spent every waking hour searching for a way to reverse the summoning. In the beginning, at least. As you may have surmised, however, our efforts met with little success. And then we all but abandoned the endeavor once Urianger shared with us the vision he had witnessed during his journey through the rift.
What? Urianger's vision?
In that chaotic no man's land between realms, time and space warp and blend in unexpected ways. What Urianger saw was the future. That which would one day come to pass. In his vision of tomorrow, the first was rejoined with the source. This collision of worlds brought about the 8th umbral calamity and the deaths of countless multitudes. Amongst those who perished, Urianger clearly saw the fall of the Scion's mightiest champion. He watched you die. And thus did the Scions embrace their exile, and began searching this world for a means to forestall the coming catastrophe in yours. Their souls are stranded in the first, yes, but they have fought on, desperate to save their home and you from destruction. Nor have their efforts been in vain, for it was they who finally established that the elimination of the Sin Eaters will indeed serve to prevent the calamity. Considering these circumstances of our meeting, you would be forgiven for doubting my version of events. And so, before all else, I would suggest you track down your comrades and hear the tale from their lips.
Okay, where are they?
I shall of course be happy to assist in these reunions, and you need not make any decisions regarding your involvement until you are certain of where you stand. Meanwhile, I promise I will not rest until I have found a way to help your friends return home. What say you? Have I earned your trust for the moment, at least?
No. Aye, but I'll see you keep that promise.
Excellent. You will not regret this. With that settled, we shall have to see about getting you ready for the road. Traveling across the rift has no doubt left you weary. I will arrange for a room where you might rest in comfort. While it's being prepared, perhaps I can show you around.
Huh. Well, I kind of already did a tour of the city. The Crystarium boasts a number of residential districts, but I have been informed that a room has just become available at Dependence, which, as it turns out, was perfect. Our path there will take us past the markets, and I was hoping to give you my own introduction to their wares. Come along. Musico. I like this song.
This is the Musica Universalis, the commercial heart of the Crystarium. What you might need to prepare for your journeys can be purchased here.
Okay. I wonder how much to...
Ah, yes. You must be curious about the currency. Fear not. The gil you carry will serve you well enough.
Cool.
Each nation once minted its own coins, but 'twas all a jumbled mess following the flood. After much debate, the local merchants eventually elected to revert to the old ways, wherein a coin's value was decided by the worth of its metal. As for a unit of measurement, we agreed upon the term gil, a word borrowed from coins uncovered within the Crystal Tower here. And as our traders peddled their wares across the land, so too did our usage of gil become common practice. From what your stola tells me, a standard coin from the source equates to exactly 1 gil here, or near enough not to matter. Our way of life has benefited greatly from the artifacts we recovered from the tower, some of which may be familiar to you.
Oh, really? Are those tablets? Are those... Is that a cell phone?
But I fear it would not be practical for us to provide everything to which you are accustomed. You shall need a means to access the commodities of your home world. A Van Kerm Sin?
Yes, I'm here. Of course I'm here. What amusements do you have for me today?
Oh no, it's Navi!
Feo Ul, paragon of pixie kind. For you, I have the most vital task. This fine lady is a friend from a distant realm.
Hi.
And we have need of a means to ferry things back and forth from her home. Might you be able to assist us in this matter?
You came from beyond, didn't you? From beyond the rift? How wonderfully exciting! What a brave and reckless and marvelous thing you did! You've the heart of a pixie, you do. After careful consideration, I have decided to grant you my assistance. Make a pact with me and the fun can begin.
That?
But answer me this, traveler. Did your garments come with you when you crossed over? Your teeth? Your nails?
Yeah. Nod.
Just as I thought! Then you've a good stout connection with your home through which all your belongings, great and small, may easily pass. From this moment forth I will be your Isne Fis, and you my Snay Yak. Like the
Snayak.
branch which sprouts from the sapling, our bond will flow unbroken from one to the other. Raise your hand.
Nod. Nod. Am I attuning to the pixie?
Tis done. We are bound now, dearest sapling.
Cool.
Come then. Make your request. Tell me your desire. I wish to visit this world of yours.
Mayhap her message to your friends in the source to inform them of your safe arrival.
Totaro. Send a message to Totaro.
Consider it done.
Nod.
As you heard, that was Feo Ul of the Pixies. Their kind possess an affinity for magic akin to that of arcane beings. They rarely show themselves in populated areas, but Feo is insatiably curious even by pixie standards, and seems to have taken a liking to the Crystarium.
Huh.
Right, we were going to organize a room for you, weren't we? Come along.
Nod. As a result of your pact with Fail, you now have access to delivery muggles, market boards, and summoning bells all in the first. Hey. So that's how they're gonna exploit it. I was wondering... Wait. Oh, this way. Ah, there you are. I was just finalizing the matter of your accommodation. You'll have a private room here at the Pendants for the duration of your stay, to make use of it as you see fit. When you are ready to retire, the manager will show you to your lodgings. Pray rest and recuperate, and we shall reconvene in the ocular anon. I believe that covers all of the practical concerns. Thank you for answering my call, Leonora. We are denied the comforting blanket of night, but may peaceful dreams attend you nonetheless. A pleasure to meet you, miss, and welcome to your new home at the Pendants. Your room is ready if you care to enter. Yes. Huh. This looks way better than the inn rooms in my world. The Warrior of Darkness, what are you doing here?
I know you. You're the Warrior of Light from the Source.
The Warrior of Darkness?
What? Did you just... You can hear me?
Yeah?
Oh, gods, how long has it been? That was what I called myself in your world. The Warrior of Darkness. My real name is Ardbert. I used an alias in the Source. A daft one, looking back. If you recall my tale, it was my comrades and I who caused the flood. We thought our home doomed. And so we listened to the Ascians. Let them guide us to the Source, and tried to hasten their goddamned ardor. I remember when we fell, defeated by you and yours. I remember our audience with Minfilia, how she listened to our pleas and returned our souls to the First. The flood was poised to swallow Norvrant. Minfilia and my friends, they surrendered what little they had left to hold it back. Just faded away, leaving me to bear witness.
What? Oh, so the girl that appeared was Minfilia.
Tell me, do you know the year? How much time has passed since we caused the flood?
About 100 years?
100 years. 100 long years.
Damn, poor Ardbert.
My hands find no purchase. My gestures catch no eye, and my pleas, be they whispered or screamed, reach not a single ear. I am a shade, cursed to do naught but drift.
Then why can I hear you?
I feel as if I've been walking forever. I hardly noticed when my mind and body began to fray at the edges. Then bang! My senses were sharp again. I felt like a fish being reeled in, and before I knew it, I found myself in this room. Why is it that you can see me? What are you even doing here, come to that?
You see, I was called here by a magic person.
You were summoned to save the first. A waste of time. This world is beyond saving, like those who try to save it. Muddled as my mind may be, I've not forgotten that. But if fate has brought me to you, the one person in this God's forsaken world who can see and hear me, then perhaps there is a reason I endured. If I can find out why I was left behind, then maybe I can bring this journey of mine to an end.
You're very bright.
I'll be watching, Warrior of Light. But do me a favor. Be careful out there. This world has had its fill of heroes.
Maybe we should tell someone that our room's haunted. Be like, yo, innkeep, my room's haunted. There was a ghost in my room. No wonder this room became available. Mistress Leonora, the Exarch awaits you within.
How did you find your new quarters? I trust you were able to rest.
I had a ghostly visitor.
I was not aware the room was haunted, and you were rather tired. Well, should you receive another visitation, be sure to let me know. Now, let us return to the subject of the Scion's whereabouts.
Ah.
This map shows the lands of Norvrand, the only area to be spared the flood of light. The Crystarium is here, in the region known as Lakeland.
The purple area is Lakeland.
Is the fairy kingdom of Il-Meg. That is where you'll find Urianger.
Urianger is at Il-Meg.
To the east lies the once prosperous civilization of Raktika. Your Stola is stationed there, in the heart of the forest. Alas, neither location can be reached without considerable difficulty. As such, I would suggest you first seek out one of the twins, each of whom is stationed but a short flight from the Crystarium.
But where's Thancred?
Alphino is on Calusia, an island off the western shore. It is home to a city called Yulmore, where the rich and privileged while away their days in idleness. For his part in furthering our cause, Alphino journeyed there to meet with the citizenry and forge alliances. From what I hear, he has since kept himself busy gathering information around the main settlement. Alize, meanwhile, travelled south to the arid wastes of Armareng. They lie upon the very edge of the inhabitable world, where the flood of light was halted. Those who dwell there live in constant fear of attack by the Sin-Eaters. In contrast to her brother, Alize felt that her energies would better be spent learning about the enemy, and thus she sells her services as a guard, both to hone her skills and gather information on our foe. So, will it be Calicia or Armorang? It matters not which you choose to visit first.
I mean, it
Simply
does.
inform me once you have made your decision, and I will see to it that you are provided with a suitable mount.
Alright, chat. Should we go to Elfino or Alize?
Ah, but you must be wondering about Thancred. He has taken up with a new companion, and is presently engaged as a wandering hunter of sin-eaters. Being ever on the move, his whereabouts are often difficult to ascertain, but I am certain your paths will cross ere long.
Nod. Put that in there. 110. 110. Wait a minute. Why did it... That's so weird. Why did it put this one before that one? Weird. Alright. Alize or Elfino? Alize. Ready to depart for Amarang? Alize will be overjoyed to see you safe. I know she was particularly concerned for your well-being. She impressed upon me how regrettable the timing of her summoning was, repeatedly. I only hope that my part in sending you to her will garner me some measure of forgiveness. Here, this is a letter of introduction addressed to the man named Cassard, the master of a merchant caravan. There are few who know the ways of the desert as well as he does. Find him at the Amaro launch and he will see that you reach your destination. Okay. How do I can... Wait, I can grab both of these. You will visit Elfino and Calusia then? Excellent. As I mentioned before, your destination is an island off to the west coast. So you'll need a mount capable of making the journey. Here's a letter of introduction. Present it to Zem Djenmai, the master of beasts at Temenos Rookery, and he will take care of you. When you see Elfino, be sure to pass on my warmest regards. We can grab both of them. Alright. Search of Elfino and Alize is up here. I wonder if I can go out here real quick. Oh yeah, I can just use this to do that. Hang on a second. Register free. Okay. Now let me check. Can I... To the west. Lakeland. Oh yeah. Lunar Whale. Can I... There's no quests on the map. There it is up there. Let's see if I can do attune to these already. Okay. Alright. I can't actually do the quests yet, so... And since I can teleport back here for free... Amarang, and what was the other one? Kalusia? Oh, wait. This is... We're gonna go to Amarang, which was Alizé. Hey, if you come looking for work, I might have a spot for another guard. Here. Oh, a friend of the Exarch, hoping to meet someone in Amarang, are you? Then I shall be your guide. I was about to set off for our outpost there, as a matter of fact, so we can leave right away, assuming you have everything you need. All set, then off to the unforgiving sand we go. You can also use... Hey. How do you lose the Aether Compass? It's a key item. You can't get rid of it, right?
From this parched earth, the nation of Nabath, Arang once rose. When I journeyed here, long ago, I spoke with a sun-weathered elder.
Sun-weathered elder?
He told me Amarang meant majestic land in the language of his people. And so it might still be, were it not for the light's unrelenting onslaught.
I wonder what it looked like before. Hey, Cassard. Oof, no matter how many times I come here, the cold never fails to catch me off guard. The sky may be as bright as the scorching hours of day, but it gets brisk enough to make you shiver. Now the Exarch's letter said I was to take you to the inn at Journey's Head, which is where this Alizé friend of yours is staying. But that's a fair old distance, so I propose we make a stop in Mordsuk to break up the trek, allowed me to attend some business, and you to enjoy the local hospitality. Sound good? Good. Alright, you lot, I'm off, and I'd better not see the goods covered in sand when I get back. Nod. Right, we head southwest, straight as an arrow. What in the world is that thing? Again, tender? Harbingers of Bloom. I kind of want to poke it. I really kind of want to poke it. How long is left on this? Oh, only 2 minutes. Stop here a moment. This is your first visit to Amarang, is it not? Before you cross the River of Sand, you need to turn around and feast your eyes on that. You mean the castle that's sideways? They built them big, didn't they? That's Kasar Sharl, a fortress meant to protect the northern reaches of Nabatha Ring. Seeing what was left behind, I believe it when they say it was once one of Norvrant's mightiest nations. At least until the flood came along. Great chunks of Nabatha Ring's lands were lost to the light, its great city included. The few who survived didn't see much point in staying. Most of them, anyway. No, not many choose to come here these days. Not with everything in ruins. Even that hulking great fortress has become little more than an Amaro roost for me and my caravan. But not everywhere is as deserted as this place. Just wait until you see Mordsuk. Let's press on, shall we? Must be that over there. Actually, my current main scenario quest game is In Search of Elise. Here we are, Mordsuk. By the Blessed Shadow, I love this town. Hang on a second. You never know when a cutscene's gonna teleport you or not. You hear that crystal noise? I meant to check the shops for gear. Frosty the Buffman. Oh. There's no shop there. Okay, whatever. Repairs shop. Yeah, oh well. Must be after locked behind story or something. Except Mordsuk, not just full of Mord, but Humes and all manner of others too. It has long been a refuge for folk displaced by the flood, so the population is nothing if not diverse. Oh, have you met a Mord before? They might look like shifty little blighters, but a more welcoming lot you could never wish to meet. Speaking of which, we should pay our respects to Master Gengen. I'll go ahead and let him know we've arrived. Oh, are these Mords? Kobolds! Look how adorable they are. Why can't I be a kobold? It'd be so cool if you could be a Beastman tribe. It's weird seeing them without their helmets. So this is a board?
Master Gengen, this is the friend of the Exarch I was telling you about.
Very good, very good. Though friend or no, all are welcome in Mordsuk.
Souk is Mordish for city. As things stand, this souk boasts the largest and busiest marketplace in all Armorang. You'll find ore from the mines here, of course, but all manner of other things too, many of them rare. As I told you before, not many visit Armorang by choice, but Mordsuk's a different story. Merchants come from miles around to purchase the relics the Mord dig up.
Relics.
Aye, that they do. For Mord do not dismiss the spoils of the earth. We clean them and polish them and reveal to the world their true value. That is why they come here. Come from far away. Come with much money. And so our souk is always busy, busy, busy. No such thing as a thing no one needs.
You say that every time, Master Gengen. Some sort of family motto, wasn't it? Or perhaps a Maud philosophy, for which we should all be very grateful. Would that everyone was so willing to take in refugees regardless of race or creed.
I like this little Maud's voice.
If you intend to spend any time here, you'll want to gain the trust of the locals. And there's a little custom all newcomers are expected to observe.
The cracking of the coin purse. You buy one thing from the market. Price can be low or high, just as long as you buy.
Okay.
As the good Maud says. In fact, the Exarch sent a little something to cover this very expense. A Verbert gold piece, no less. The first I've held in years.
Verbert gold? Real Verbert gold?
Everyone.
Here, newcomer, crack your coin purse with me.
Oh no, you want my goods, newcomer. I have jars and pots all smooth and shiny.
Over here! Come and look!
You buy, you buy?
Wait, was that Rowena? Oh no.
This one must still journey through the barrens. Nothing bulky, nothing heavy, no pots. Nothing better for the road than a full belly. Spend that piece at Ronron's place, yes? Eat for 3 before you leave.
The only person that didn't come rushing to me? Welcome to Ronron's, traveler. I have wares to empty your purse and fill your belly. Take your time, stare and sniff before you choose, but no drooling on the merchandise, yes? Browse Ronron's wares. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Target a foodstuff and inspect it. Neat. That is my ever-burning bounty, made with the best parts of the lizard. Cured with special spicy spices. Find the smell challenging, but it'll warm you up on chilly desert nights. Oh, you'll like those chewy skewers. Find small frogs hiding under rocks, spear with stick, then roast over fire. Crackly on the outside, gooey on the inside. Perfect for snacking. Oh, bread? I call that mush loaf. The middle is stuffed with bittersweet cactus fruits, so even if the bread dries out, it's moist inside. Keeps you going in the heat. Worms. Everyone's favorite. Plump white worms slathered in honey. Once you eat a glazed wriggler, you'll never want any other treat. Ugh. They all look tasty, yes? Which to choose? Which to choose? I don't want to eat worms. Either mushloaf or ever-burning bounty. Ever-burning bounty. Yes, put some spice in your step. You won't feel the cold this night, and probably not the next one either. You have the gold? And done. 1 Vobertite honor buys you 10 something. Every last mouthful. What an appetite, what a belly! A new legend is born in Mordsuk. Consider your coin purse cracked. I am pleased to accept your custom, and Gengen will be pleased that you honored ours. Keeping the merchandise down, yes? No returns? You nod. I was watching from here, Leonora. You honored our custom, and with great relish. You will always be welcome in Mordsuk. If you need anything in Amarang, we are here to provide. Yum. Okay, no main or oh. Cassard. Gloves! You have courage, my friend. Rodron's wares are more exotic than harmful. But I don't envy you the bellyache you'll have on tomorrow. Right, now that you've eaten, I expect you're eager to get back on the road. Would you mind if we delayed our departure a touch? I have a few deals left to close before I can conclude my business here in Mordsuk. Oh, offering your services, are you? Aye, well, an assistant would certainly help hurry things along. I have a receipt here for some goods that need picking up from the market. All properly paid for, you'd just need to do the lifting and carrying. Okay. I'll go and take some last-minute haggling, then. See you in a bit. Okay. Okay. I need, what is it? Table Cactus, Thonton, Tholtol, and Mill. Thonton. What did he have? Table Cactus. Lift with your legs and not your back. You came in with Calsard, yes? Good, good. I can finally stop thinking about that sack. Please, take your prickly purchase. Momo, right? Mill. Okay, good. Huh. Boom Boom, Gengen. Ron, Bill. Wait, where are the rest? There's Mill. Hands off that water for Mill's footbath, unless you have... Oh, you work for Cassard? Mole has antiques all boxed up and ready for transport. I need the ore. I guess the box of antiques is somewhere else. Ore. Cassard sent you, did he? Right, yes. What kind of ore was it again? Iron. Iron ore, of course. That would explain this box I have here. It's all yours. Gingen. Okay, well, I guess I just gotta find the, box of antiquities. Hey, no touching. That merchandise was spoken for. You couldn't possibly change my mind with a better offer. What, Cassard sent you? Why didn't you say so? I wouldn't dream of selling his goods to a higher bidder. Oh, no, no, no. Not about the ring relics, was it? All packed in that box there. Handle with care. Haha. I wonder what the antiques are. Don't tell me you've been around the entire market already. Nod. Aye, that's the lot, alright. Good work. And quick work, too, considering you've not set foot in the place before. I'd thought you wanted to sit in the city like at the XIV, but something tells me you're not a stranger to visiting strange lands. Unfortunately, your efficiency presents something of a problem. I'd hoped to conclude all my business before you returned, but it seems there's been some confusion over one of the orders I placed. Nod. I'll have to drag in my middleman and sort this mess out. I'm sorry to make you sit around and twiddle your thumbs. Cassard, it feels like an age since I last saw you. That's a hill lizard. Well, if it isn't the lovely Tesleen, it has been a while, but your timing couldn't be better. This lady was on her way to meet with Alice. I'm supposed to be taking her to your corner of the desert, but a misplaced order has commandeered my attention. Wait, I know who you are. Alice has told me so much about you. You're Leonora, aren't you? Nod. I knew it. How wonderful to meet you in the flesh after hearing all those stories. I'm Tesleen. I work as a carer at the inn, and I've gotten to know Alice quite well since she took up guard duties there. Do you want me to take over as Leonora's guide, Cassard? My shopping's all done and packed for the road, so it would be no trouble. That would be a great help, thank you. Well, it looks like you'll be able to head straight out after all. My caravan and I will be in the area for a while yet. Seek me out when you've had your fill of Amarang, and I'll send you back to the Crystarium. Nod. Alright. Hopefully the other half comes from Elfinodes. Alice has been desperate to see you, Leonora, so let's get you to her sooner rather than later. The inn isn't too hard to find, really. You can actually see the top of the rock spires from here. We just need to swing around the ridge, then head south. Come on, I'll get my supplies together and meet you outside. Oh. Work to live or live to work. Hi. Greetings, friend. You like helping people, yes? Maybe you can help me too. You see, my son, Gun makes me very proud, but very worried. He works very hard, too hard for his own good. He follows orders, yes, follows them until someone tells him to stop. This is very dangerous, bad for his health. I need you to speak to him, persuade him to rest. He should be near the Red Serai, probably leaving no stone unturned in his search for relics. Please tell him his father orders him to stop. Okay. Gun. What's this thing called? Oh, that's a gun. Oh, then I shall name my child Gun. That is a very big, very red Sabatender. Gun. Ow. Search the nooks, search the crannies, search high, search low. Oh, sorry, I did not see you there. Are you lost? Are you Gungun? Your dad says get home now. Father says I must rest. That will not do. No, I will stop, but not yet. I need something to show for my efforts. All this scrabbling, all this searching, and still no shinies. You came here to tell me to stop, but if I refuse, your job will not be finished, will it? That will not do either. Wait, I have an idea. If you help me find shinies, my job will be over, your job will be over, and I can rest. Simple, yes? What? Look under that rubble and find whatever there is to be found. Maybe it will be valuable, maybe not. Either way, let us keep searching until we get at least one shiny. How did I end up doing your work for you? This seems like a bum deal for me. Nothing. Nothing. Or nothing? You found a signet ring. Found a shiny. Why is this a level sync quest then? There was no fighting or anything. Whatever. What did you find? Not more rubble, I hope. Here you go. Oh, this looks very special. Such pretty patterns. I have never seen one like this before. But how much is it worth? I am an expert in finding shinies, not a historian. Perhaps we should ask someone. Once we sell it, we will divide the profits between us. We worked as a team, so half for you, half for me. Fair is fair. Thank you, but... All set? Oh, I should probably mention the wildlife. While most of them will leave you be if you keep your distance, the local coyotes have learned to prey on folk heading home from the markets. I can usually swing a sword well enough to fend them off, but I may have loaded myself down with too many bargains today. You think you can handle any beasts that try to make a meal of us? Nod. I thought you might. Alize was always saying how much... I mean, let's get going, shall we? I mean, Alize did have a crush on me, I'm assuming. What is this? That is a very big lizard. It's bigger than the adamantoids. Sorry, there wasn't much time to shout a warning. Were you bitten? Those things can be nasty. And yet, hardly a match for you, it seems. I'd always thought Alize was strong, but in her mind, she was never. Now it makes sense. Ahem, well, we should push on. It might be best if you scout ahead and clear out any coyotes that have our scent. I'll wait here so you can fight without any distraction. Sorry. I was explaining how I feel like out of all the relic weapons, the Anima one is the worst one to get. Hostile presence. More coyotes! At least it's not Sin Eaters, right? Oh hey, an ether current. Haha. Oh, I need to talk to someone up here. Oh, thank goodness you're back. I could hear the howling and snarling from here, frightful creatures. Let's hope the rest have seen your handiwork and know to avoid us now. I need to get these supplies back to the inn. Yay! What's that over there? Oh, that's someone on a mount. Oh, this is where we're heading. I don't like that very much. Let's see. I actually really don't like that one. This is it. Thanks to you, I didn't have to drop my shopping even once. Come to think of it, I'm glad I didn't make the trip alone. It seems you ended up escorting me. I'll have to repay the favor somehow, but first, let's head inside, shall we? Honey, I'm home! Welcome to the inn at Journey's Head. You might be our first visitor from the Crystarium since Alice arrived. It's not much, but it's home for the afflicted and a handful of carers. The afflicted? You don't know? I don't think I've met anyone besides Alice who was so unfamiliar with our situation here. Most folk have grown up knowing someone who knew someone. Huh? I might leave out something obvious, so it may be best to have Alice give you the full explanation. Now, where is she? I think she might be out on patrol. You could wait, I suppose, but why not go and surprise her? She usually takes a look at things from the watchtower first, so you might be able to catch her there. It's not far. Head out the south side and you'll soon see it. I'll stay behind in case she comes back when you're gone. Thank you, Tesleen. That's the watchtower, I assume. These lizards are... I've seen more than enough of them for my lifetime in Final Fantasy XI. See footprints. Those must be what I'm here for. Alice is nowhere to be seen, but you spot fresh footprints on the ground, and they look to be about the right size. Small footprints lead off to the northwest. The footprint continue on to the northwest. Around to the west. The hell is... Okay. What? There are more tracks here, but they end in a mess of disturbed sand. Pretty.
Get back here!
Is that... It can't be.
Impressive.
Just a lesser sin eater. Nothing to write home about. I knew you'd turn up sooner or later, but I had been hoping for sooner.
how are you?
Tired. Nod. A little cold, too.
We've fought them to a standstill, then?
Yeah.
The Exarch did say that the Empire seemed to have drawn back when he last looked in on the source. But without knowing for sure how fast time was passing there, I couldn't help worrying that a lot might have happened since then. I'm heartily relieved to hear that it hasn't, just as Alphino must have been. As you can imagine, both he and Urianger were desperate to hear the news from home when I arrived. I haven't actually seen Thancred and Y'shtola yet, but they will have heard all the latest developments from the Exarch by now, or should have.
I guess since I grabbed the Alphino quest, it thinks I've finished it already? Nod.
When I think of how frantic Tataru and the others must be, I want nothing more than to rush back and reassure them. But we still haven't found a way to reverse the summoning. And even if we had, we couldn't just ignore Urianger's vision. He may use 10 words where one would suffice, and they may often obscure as much as they reveal. But on this matter, he was as clear as day. I do not doubt for one moment that he saw what he claims. Nor how difficult it must have been to speak about them. The 8th Umbral Calamity and your death aren't exactly topics for idle conversation. As much as I might want to go home, I don't want to go home to that. We can't allow the rejoining to happen, which means we have to save the first from the Sin Eaters.
Oh, she cares about us. Nod.
That great wall of white is a remnant of the flood. 100 years ago, the balance in the first tipped decisively in favor of light. From that moment, it rose and swelled with each passing day, and then, without warning, it burst forth like water from a broken dam. A colossal wave of pure light, drowning everything in its wake. Only Norvrant was spared. For the most part, living things are composed of ether of various different aspects. But when exposed to such a flood, their etheric harmony is shattered, and their natural form breaks down. Then they either perish, or are warped into mindless abominations. Yes, that's how the Sin Eaters came to be. They were once living creatures, or people, that were caught in the path of the flood. Once the change is wrought, there is no going back. In that instant, they are gripped by an insatiable appetite for ether, and will happily gorge themselves on any living thing within reach. But even that is not the worst of it. The stronger Sin Eaters can plant light in us, like seeds in soil, corrupting our ether, and triggering the birth of new monstrosities. They are creatures of base instinct, that exist only to feed and to multiply. They feel no pity, know no remorse, and are utterly deaf to reason. Which is why they must be destroyed. Every last one of them. The infirmary is full of the Sin Eaters' victims, left here to spend their final hours waiting for the change to overtake them.
Okay. It's just a matter of time, more for some, less for others. Those patients will all become monsters in the end. And to add insult to injury, the afflicted are feared, shunned, cast out of society, and exiled here to the edge of the world. Only good thing I have to say about this hellish place is that it has served me well as a training guard. Tesline and the others have also been kind enough to share their knowledge of the Sin Eaters, which is knowledge I can now share with you, while you help me finish my patrol, of course. Okay. Here's what we'll do. I'll take the east side of the inn and you clear the west. That way you can have an undiluted experience with resident terrors. These marks on your map are where the usual trouble spots are. You can assume that any beast with a white hide or carapace is a sin eater, but you'll know for sure soon enough when they come slavering after your aether. Remember, it's kill or be killed with these monsters. Once you've slain whatever prowling around out there, we can rendezvous back at the north entrance. Good hunting. Okay. Well, that's white. Kill it. It's not going to be here. You can tell, remember. Oh, guess not. Okay. Forgiven cowardice. Nope. Wait a minute. Didn't someone say one of those worlds was how the Void became before? So the Void sent are just Sin Eaters. And that explains the Black Mage quest, where they all fused into a Void Scent. Come on. Okay. Elise murdered them all. How did you fare? I thought there might be one or two lurking on the fringes. Nothing out of the ordinary for this area. I expect you'd noticed it yourself, but individually these lesser sin eaters are no more deadly than any natural predator you might encounter in the desert. It's when they appear in numbers that they pose a threat. Much like the Void Scent, they have an unfortunate tendency to flock to the strongest of their kind. Thus, when a powerful Sin Eater goes on the hunt, it might be attended by a veritable swarm of weaker kin. Imagine an army of such creatures descending on a village or a hamlet. That's the basic idea behind my patrols, to cull their ranks often enough that their numbers won't be overwhelming when the big ones come out to play. And you've certainly helped on that front. Let's report our victories to Tesleen, shall we? Okay. Elise tells me you helped out on her patrol. You have our thanks, and my apologies for leading you from one battle to another ever since the moment we met. In any case, I'm glad to see the two of you found each other. You have no idea how badly Elise has missed your company. Everything is always, if Leonora were here, she would... That's an exaggeration, and I don't like the sound of that either. I was simply trying to view matters from another perspective, and I respect Leonora's methods. Honestly, after seeing her in action, I can understand why. The way she leaps into the fray without hesitation, it is really something to behold. I might be a little smitten myself. I'm only teasing, though I've no doubt she deserves all the admiration she gets, just as you do. Elise's like, you say what? I'd love to lay out a welcome meal, but the duties I put off when I went to the market are still waiting for me. There's 101 things that need doing. I'm sorry, but would you mind waiting here with Alize? What, and twiddle all our thumbs while you work yourself to death? Surely there's something we can help you with? I could do with a hand, it's true, thank you. You can start by helping me sort out the larder, Alize. While we do that, could you tend to a few patients, perhaps? There are 3 in particular I meant to visit. It's just a matter of saying a few words to them, and seeing that their skin isn't caked in sand. Their names are Pawnel, Totten, and Halric. They may not give much in the way of a response, but I promise they'll be pleased to meet someone new. Tend to Pawnel. Thank you. There's Halric. Dot dot dot. Totten glances up at you blankly, but you notice the tension in his face ease slightly. Halric remains utterly still as you wipe the sand from his cheek. The texture of his skin has hardened into something akin to plaster. Eh? You've seen the patients? How were they? Good, that's good. I knew they would enjoy meeting you. I'm concerned about Halric, though. I'll have to speak with the other carers, but I think his time may be near. We shall leave you to have that discussion, then. I was going to take Leonora to Mord, so if you have any errands there that need doing? Well, I suppose there is one thing. Would you pick up a nectarine from the markets, please? Cassard's caravan just passed through, so Ron should have some fresh fruit. Come then, Leonora. There's something I want you to see, right after we stop at Ronron's stall, of course. Ba 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 da ba 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 da ba ba. I like how all the creatures do have little animations. Like some will be just standing there and then others will do that. Ron. Oh god, please no more of your... Oh, back again, are you? You need another taste of Ron Ron's wares? Actually, we're looking to buy a nectarine. Do you have any in stock? Oh yes, nectarines, peaches, grapes, fresh and juicy. Given how richly you cracked your coin purse with me, I might still owe you food. Here, take this one, free of charge. Gods, I've never seen a moored merchant give away something for nothing before. How much coin did you spend here? Oh yes, I'll take a jar of honeyed worms as well. Oh no, they're not for me. It's an offering of sorts. The worms, if you please. Only the best wrigglers for you. Come again, my friends. Right, that's our shopping chores taken care of. Let's head up past the Aetherite to the main tower. The view I want to show you can only be seen from its very top. Here are your precious worms that buys us a trip to the top of the tower, does it not? Gasp! Glazed wrigglers! You actually brought them! I really shouldn't let you, but just this once, alright? Only once. Never fails, shall we?
Look, over there, where the wall is broken.
Okay.
Do you see what lies beyond? That's what the land became after the light flooded in. An empty white nothingness. Life cannot exist in such conditions. The primordial light would wreak havoc on the body's etheric balance. That nectarine you bought, it's Halric's favorite fruit.
I want to eat it. That
Most
looks tasty.
Halric included, survived the attacks of powerful eaters. But their fate was sealed all the same. The monster's corruption has entered their bodies, and their very essence is being subsumed by light. The twisted state of the world itself just makes matters worse. Under normal circumstances, a person's ether naturally tends to equilibrium. But for these poor souls, the opposite is true. Sooner or later, every single one of them will turn. Tesleen and the patients, they all know this. They know what has to be done before the change goes too far, before the eater within takes over. The preferred method is mixing poison into their favorite food. In my time here, I've borne witness to a lot of last meals.
So they're gonna kill Halric with that
I feel
nectarine?
just as helpless as before. No matter how hard I fight, it's never enough. But it's a war I mean to wage, nonetheless. Speaking of wars, do you remember how I made you promise not to leave me and then promptly collapse? Well, let's just say I had a few choice words for the Exarch concerning the timing of his summons. But even if the fault lay with someone else, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd abandon you on the battlefield. So I swore that I'd make up for my absence there by making a difference here. And that's what keeps me moving forward, even when things seem hopeless.
No.
On which note, it's time we headed back. The longer we keep Tesleen waiting, the harder this will be for her.
Nod. See, I didn't actually put that in my pocket, I just threw it on the ground. Like, he's not getting this. I'm glad I was able to show you that. When it comes to understanding the catastrophe which befell the first, one glimpse of the empty wasteland beyond the wall is worth more than an hour of Urianger's lecturing, and I needed you to know beyond a doubt that Tesleen has no other choice. The nectarine will be a kindness. It isn't just the threat posed to others. When a person becomes an eater, the pain appears to be excruciating. The carers are truly fond of their wards, and would spare them that suffering. It is their way of fighting back against a fate worse than death. Boing. None in there. That big lizard is still up. Alize! Let me over! Haha! Da 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 da. Tesleen! You're back. I hope you had a nice time. Did you manage to find a nectarine? I love fruit. Thank you. Alize has explained why I wanted this, has she? I can see it in your eyes. But we may not need it just yet. I spoke with the others, and we've decided to keep an eye on Halric for now. Thanks to you, though, if his time does come suddenly, we'll be ready to send him on his way with a taste of happier days. Well, nothing is going to happen for a little while yet, so let's see if we can't lighten the mood. We don't want our gloomy faces worrying the patients. I think it's time for that welcome meal, don't you? Take a seat and I'll make us a nice stew. I hope you're not going to mix poison into it.
Speak up if you'd like another helping. I made a little bit more than usual today.
And you've added something special to the broth, if I'm not mistaken.
Poison!
Aye, well, it's not often we have visitors from the Crystarium, so I may have thrown in a few extra bits and bobs.
I'll have another bowl then.
That's what I like to hear. Give me a moment to warm up the pot. In a place like this, you learn to take what moments of happiness you can get. I remember when I first came here with my mother. She was showing the early signs.
Oh.
I knew there was no way to save her, but I just couldn't face what needed to be done. That's the way of it for most people.
Why they travel from arms to stay here. Beaten, broken souls come to wait out the inevitable, to receive the mercy of a painless death. When my mother finally left this world, I was mad with grief, but also thankful that her passing was a peaceful one.
Oh, why you gotta hit me with the feels already into the... We just started this expansion!
It's never easy, ending a life you've cared for, even when you believe they go on to a better place. I often find myself wishing the Warrior of Darkness would come and do that part for me.
The Warrior of Darkness?
You've never heard the tale? I'm not sure where it began, but every child in Norvrent could tell you a version of it. Warrior of Darkness, servant of death, take care of our souls at our dying breath. Let sinners and eaters of sin go with thee, that all may return to the sunless sea. Well, that's the version I was taught anyway. It's just an old bedtime story. He's certainly never deigned to visit us here.
Which is a good thing, surely. He sounds rather ominous.
Do you think so? I always liked the idea that he treated every soul the same, even the Sin Eaters.
What?
They're coming.
Desleen! Have you seen Halric? I swear, I only took my eyes off him for a moment.
Uh-oh. Leonora, Elise, we have to go look for Helric. I don't know what's gotten into him, but if he's wandering out there alone. We'll assign search areas and split up. Any idea where he might be headed? No, he's never done anything like this before, but it can't be a coincidence that the other patients are suddenly so agitated. They can sense something. In any case, let's keep the search close to the inn. Helric isn't very sure on his feet, so he won't have gone far. I'll search the east side. Please, Helric, please be alright. I'll cover the north and west, then you take everything from here to the south. Nod. Good thing I don't actually have to search. See no sign of Halric. Maybe he went further west. Too far away. You scan your surroundings in search of Helric and suddenly find yourself under attack. Get that out of here. Did I say you could do that? Continue searching. Celine doesn't look like someone that could had her. She doesn't look like she's level 70, let's just say.
Any sign of him?
No.
No luck then. But he surely can't have gone far. We should keep looking. The Sin Eaters are out in force, and if we don't find him soon, you can be sure they will.
What's that? Whoa. Fancy angel.
Did you see the size of that thing? It must be one of the nasty ones. Wherever it's going, it can only mean trouble. After it!
Nod.
There it is! Is that... Oh no! Ulrich!
Oh shit. Maybe she is.
We have to run!
Ooh.
No!
We all deserve happiness, wherever we can find it. The time left to you is precious. No one should die in pain. Mother, I...
Oh god. Oh god. A cocoon? Oh god.
No, 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 no!
That was horrifying? I'm sorry, Leonora. I tried to tell the carers what happened, but I can't be the shoulder they lean on. Not like this. Sob, it's just so unfair. Tesseline was always so cheery with the patients, telling them not to be scared, that there wouldn't be any pain. Of all the people in the world to suffer such a fate. I imagine you're just as shocked as the rest of us, so I appreciate what you're doing here. Me? I don't have the words. Without a body, that we can't even give her a proper burial. And she cared about that sort of thing, about giving people the chance to say their goodbyes. Halric is as unresponsive as ever. He stands motionless, staring up into the sky where the Sin Eaters made their escape. Wasn't that the name of the quest we were just on? I've spoken with the carers. Thank you. What you're doing, it means a lot to them, to me. Sorry to interrupt. We realized we hadn't thanked you for rescuing Halric. You weren't hurt at all, were you? Hurt? There wasn't even a fight. I was too late, too slow, and I thought I could protect you. You can't blame yourself for things beyond your control. You brought Halric back safe and sound. No one could have done any more. I'm sorry, but I've come to a decision. I won't be continuing in my role here. I hope you will forgive me for leaving you, and that you will delay Halric's last meal for as long as you possibly can. Not until it's too late, of course. Just give him what time you can. We always do. Of course, she would have done the same. Farewell, Halric. Keep Tesseline's words close to your heart. Blink. Wait, you're leaving this very moment? I understand how you must feel, but surely this is a bit hasty. Do you even have anywhere to go? I have a destination in mind, yes, and a purpose. This damned light, building without cease, it's the reason we can't save those corrupted by the Eaters. But what if we corrected the balance? Even if it were only a little by little, even if it took years, it would surely make things better. Now hold on there. Everyone knows there's too much light, but how could you ever hope to get rid of it? You'd have to change the whole world. That's right. We should return to the Crystarium. I may not be able to repel the Eaters on my own, but I can still use the skills I have gained here to hurt them. Nod. Speak with Elise at the Red Sarai. Okay. It helps knowing I can hide the chat now. Now I'm not tempted to talk to anyone in chat, look at things. Now I can just pay attention to you. Hey look, we're at Twitch! the wedding. This is the wedding chocobo. Now we're at Snitch. These must be like, yeah, those towers are what they're called. This one's Pitch. Look at that big old cactus. I kind of want to see if it's going to one-shot me, so... Bye, friend. Thanks for taking a walk with me. Oh. Forgive me, Leonor. I couldn't stay there a moment longer, but I was serious about what I said. While the men and women at the inn battle against this blight with kindness, I must fight it in my own way, with steel. Miss Alize, is there anything I can get you? Your swiftest arrow. I need to return to the Crystarium immediately. As you wish. Oh, it took me back too. Remind me to wear goggles if we ever fly over Amarang again. I've barely gotten the sand out of my eyes. But the wind did help to clear my head at least. I think I'm going to meet with the Exarch. We need to talk about how we're going to wipe the Sin Eaters out, shall we? Okay, well... in the Ocular. Back to the Docile Gate. And then we can... Oh, wrong way. I was like, wait a minute, this doesn't seem right. Oh, hey, Calamity. How are you today? Do you have business with the Crystal Exarch? Just say the word and I would be happy to escort you. Terribly sorry I didn't see your chat. Thank you for seeking me out, Leonora. It meant to have a lot to have you there at my side. I was tempted to set off again the moment we had decided upon a direction, but you have still to visit Elfinode, haven't you? And if I know my brother, he'll be on the cusp of discovering something vital to our success. If he hasn't already, I'm content to stay here and consider our options for the time being. But don't keep me waiting too long, eh? So what exactly does that command do? Meadows Rookery. Also, okay, so you can switch jobs. Your face is unknown to me. What business have you at my rookery? Here you go. Signed by the Exarch, no less. Yes, I can provide you with an Amaro for passage to Colosia. I'll pick you out a friendly one. And there I was, expected a chocobo. A chocobo? Do you haul from one of Norvron's more isolated settlements, perchance? I hear there are a few places where they ride little else. But here in the Crystarium, mounts like that gray fellow there are far more commonly used. Seeing as you are plainly unaccustomed to riding Amaro, I think it best I accompany you on this flight myself. Any Zun worthy of the name could do it, of course, but the Exarch sent you to me. Ensuring you arrive safely is my responsibility. Gather your things and meet me at the Amaro launch. One of the junior tamers will attend to you while I ready the mount. I didn't know you could switch when in PvP. You want to fly an Amaro to Colusia? Well, I suppose Master Genmai is going with you. Wait here, please. The Master should be along with the mount shortly. Yay.
The whistling breeze, mute. The pounding surf, frozen. Time itself takes a breath. At light's edge, all is perfectly still. The world captured in a painting, locked in a moment. Music, faint and fleeting, drifts coastward on the lifeless air. And in the distance, beyond the broken earth...
Is that the gold saucer? Huh. It's good to know. As obviously I don't PvP much. We are arrived. This is Cracked Shell Beach on the eastern coast of Colusia. You should be safe here for the present. Compared to the mainland, Sin Eater's attacks are far less prevalent. And the native beasts are not any more dangerous than elsewhere. It is the people you should be wary of. Spy you that city in the distance? That is Yolmar, the island's main settlement. It rivals the Crystarium in scale and was once an ally in our battle against the abominations. For years, the Yolmaran elite have fancied themselves the master of what remains of our broken world. They have gone as far as to offer the leaders of other settlements their protection, if we bend the knee. But to say their ideals are questionable would be putting it mildly. The Crystarium is one among many who resist their heavy-handed authority. And while we are not at war, our relationship with Yolmar is strained at best. It may be wise to conceal your ties with the Exarch during your stay here, especially in the vicinity of the city. Nod. I'm glad we understand each other. Now, the Exarch has instructed me to divulge a secret that should make finding your friend a good deal easier. Listen closely. If you head south along the coast, you will eventually come to a fisherman's shack. A friend of the Crystarium lives there, a man who goes by the name of Ivor. Ivor keeps an eye on everything that happens in Colusia, and will be able to point you in the right direction. Just hand him a sprig of thyme that will let him know you can be trusted. Here, this should be enough. Find your friend. I will stay here with the Amaro until you are ready to return. Calm Lamity, are there, the hell was that thing? Oh, those are blue mages fighting it. Okay. Are there any 14 songs in the Free Enterprise randomizer? And there's blue mages over there. What you after? Fish? Crab? Think I've got an eel in a barrel somewhere if you've a taste for them. Ooh, I do love a bit of thyme. Chuck some in a pan and it's like a bloody festival of flavor. Now what is it I can do for you? Can't say as there's been many upsets to report these past few weeks. Elfino? Hey, I know the one. Our young champion of the downtrodden. Yolmor is richer than all of Norvrent put together. but it's a different story for them as live outside the city. Most spend every waking moment just trying to stay alive, which makes your friend's dedication to helping others stand out all the more. I can hazard a guess as to where he is now. Get a message to him, but you'll need somewhere quiet to meet, away from prying eyes. Make for Stilltide. That's the fishing village just up the path there. You're looking for a rundown excuse for a tavern the locals call the Leaky Keel. Wait there and I'll see that Alphinaud joins you. I would love to randomly pull a 14 song, I'll tell you that. This is your first time in a tavern? It's customary to buy a drink if you mean to loiter. What'll you be having? Ale. Fine choice. And what'll you be paying with? Oh no, those are exotic. Where did you come by coins like that? I'm sorry, dear. I don't doubt they have value, but I don't have a touchstone to test their purity. And I'm not about to go begging for one from the neighbors, so we'll just have to come to some other arrangement. Ah, here's an idea. There's a common to the north where we grow our vegetables, but lately the pests have been eating more of them than we have. What do you say to a bit of extermination work? I want you to squash any vermin you find, then visit the caretaker and give him an earful from me for sleeping on the job. He'll be in the old silo next to the fence, snoring like as not. Do that for me, and you can laze about here as long as you like. I don't know which one I'd want to hear. Yeah, you're angry, I get it. Kind of annoying how you have to grab an Aether Point card before it shows up there. It should just show up once you get the area. See? Blighted crop. I kind of miss how easy it's been to kill everything. I feel like I'm weak now. Whenever I do hit level 80, though, that's gonna be a nice victory. Knock on the barred door. No response. Maybe you need to knock louder. Perhaps the occupant is hard of hearing? You hear a faint squeaking from the room beyond. Time to bust in and save the day, brave adventurer. No one's home. Judging by the lack of furniture, they haven't been for some time. The gnawed scraps of vegetables on the floor suggest rats have taken up residence in their absence. Speak with Diva. Welcome back, dear. What did that good-for-nothing caretaker have to say for himself? I don't know. Gone? Humph. Must have left to join the rest of the hopefuls. Huh? In Gate Town, outside Yulmore? You don't have a clue what I'm talking about, do you? And there I was thinking you were another dreamer. Well, never mind all that. Take a seat wherever you like, dear. You've more than earned it. I'll even throw in another drink on the house.
And how is business today, Mistress Theva?
There he is.
Oh, frenetic. Look, I have a new customer.
Elfino!
It's good to see you, my friend. The barley seeds you wanted. They should produce a better harvest than the last.
What, just like that? Oh, Alfino, you really are a dear. Well, I'd best be tidying up some of those empty shacks before the pests move in. Keep an eye on the place while I'm out, eh?
What are those things on her belt? It's weird seeing Elfino in a poncho.
Seems an age since last we spoke. Not since the prisoner exchange in Doma. And Yotsu. It has been even longer for me, of course, if you count the days I've spent here. But the time has only added to the relief I feel seeing you safe and well.
We thought we'd lost you.
Alize said much the same thing. I don't think I've ever had such a scolding. But I believe an exchange of news is in order. Come, tell me of your arrival and all that came before.
Nod.
I see. Both the Exarch and Alize told me what they knew of events, but I had stubbornly clung on to the hope that all-out war might yet be avoidable. And poor Tataru. She must be sick with worry. We must endeavor to return as soon as we may. It would be nice to bring her good tidings for a change.
Nod.
But before we bid this world farewell, we must first ensure that it is not rejoined to the source. We must prevent the 8th Umbral calamity. Urianger's vision of the future has, I fear, every chance of coming true. By his description, the catalyst for the calamity was a formless and deadly weapon employed by the Garlean Empire. Which can only mean one thing. Black Rose. Gaius was telling you the truth. When we were on the trail of the Ascians, we saw evidence that the gas was being manufactured once more. Gaius was adamant that the project had been scrapped. But so long as there are wars to be waged, there will always be those determined to win by any means.
and thus simply destroying the existing stores of Black Rose would do little to alter fate's course. In that sense, our involuntary journey here to the First was something of a boon. Together with the Exarch, we've developed a theory as to how we believe the rejoining will be set in motion.
Oh, what hell's that?
I'm sure Urianger himself will cover the subject in more detail. But I can tell you the process requires that both worlds, the Source and the First, be facing an existential threat. One being Sin Eaters, of course. They are a menace that I would dearly love to remove, and not just to avert a calamity. I may be a stranger to this world, but I will not stand idly by and let innocent people be slaughtered. That is what brought me to the gates of Yulmore. Ignoring its pretensions as a kind of capital city to what remains of the world, it is nonetheless a center of power and authority. If any solutions are to be found, I believe our search should begin there. What say you, old friend? Hungry for another adventure?
Sure.
And so we take to the road once more.
Complete. Belt. Assuming you have no objections, let us make our way directly to the city outskirts. If we time our arrival just right, you may be lucky enough to see why I have yet to set foot in Yulmore, despite my best efforts to do so. Come, from here we must head west and then cross a small bridge. Off camera, I'll make sure I grab all these Aether currents. Did I grab that teleport point? Still 5, yep. And there's Elfino. Man, I love how relaxing this music is. Calusia seems peaceful, does it not? Almost familiar? I had a similar impression of the Crystarium. Even in this distant world, people are much the same. To think that whatever a calamity struck the source, a reflection such as this one, with all its culture and history, was being erased from existence. No, get away from me! Over there! Quickly, someone's in trouble! Oh, it's a Sin Eater. Oh, thank the fates, you— look out! Did I say you could do that? If I had the gil, I'd just buy level like 76 gear. My poor heart, thank you, young miss. Ah, there you are. In my haste, I lost my bearings, but I see you have the situation well in hand. Fine work. Are you alright, madame? Just a few bruises from where I fell. Nothing compared to what was in store for me before this brave soul came to my rescue. I honestly thought I was done for. My feet are not as swift as they once were, and I knew there was no one left to hear me scream. Not that I let that stop me. I should probably leave my old house behind and queue up outside Yulmore with the rest of them. Doubt those fancy lords and ladies would welcome an old crone like me. Still, even a shack near the gate has to be safer than staying here. One would hope. Either way, I suggest you avoid wandering alone, lest you make the Sin Eater's task any easier. Nod. Thank you again, you saved my life. Now, I'm sure a strapping lass like you has little to fear, but I wouldn't linger long in this place. There's naught to be had here but cobwebs and memories. "'Tis as the lady says, many in these parts have abandoned their homes to live in Yulmar's shadow. Should the Sin Eaters descend upon this region, there are precious few with the strength to fight them off. Speaking of which, what have you been told of these monsters?" Nod. Nod. Ah, yes, Alize would be well qualified to speak on the subject. Compared with Amarang, Calusia is almost a haven, but as you saw, we cannot let our guard down. Had you arrived but a few moments later, the Sin Eaters would have claimed another victim. No. Still, we have won a small victory this time at least. Now, shall we press on? We need to return to where the road forks and follow the path that leads west. What in the world is that thing? You are ugly.
That gate up ahead is known as the Open Arms, and Yulmore itself lies beyond. This, meanwhile, is the aptly named Gate Town, the dwelling place of the many desperate souls who hope to be chosen to live in the city proper.
I thought I recognized you. Brought a new friend, eh?
The grimed bloke.
I'll bet you got a trick or two up your sleeve. Maybe even 3. Care to show me?
She's not here to compete. Leave her be.
What? I was only making conversation.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please!
There's... I said it last stream, the red and blue ones. They definitely look like the two from Final Fantasy IX. Hey!
Greetings to our hopeful petitioners, one and all. Yulmore extends its warmest regards. Let it be known that a lady of distinction wishes to dine on fish divine. We seek a master culinarian who can guarantee seafood perfection. Dazzle the matron with your delicious dishes, and life in the city will be yours to enjoy, even on days when fish is not on the menu! Who among you will answer the call? Name yourself or another. We may not at all.
Fish, is it?
Was there anyone?
What about that girl?
Do you recall how I said Yulmore was a center of power and authority? Well, that is not the only reason for its fame. It is also known as the City of Final Pleasures. The noble and the wealthy who survived the flood gathered here to live out the rest of their days in decadent abandon. A poor man could sooner pass through the Iron Needle than Yulmore's gates. The only way the common folk can enter this perverted paradise is if they fulfill the whim of one of the privileged, and so they are picked over like market produce.
God, I love this song.
What a catch! We'll not be throwing this one back. Having seen your all too obvious charms, we welcome you with open arms. Come, join us in the city of splendor and live out your life in an ecstasy of endeavor.
Zorn and Thorn, that's who they are from Final Fantasy IX.
Oh, just look at those expectant faces. What could you possibly be waiting for? Well, well, what have we here? An extra share of meal to celebrate our newest resident. For you. Enjoy!
Thank goodness.
Meal is a foodstuff which Yulmore routinely doles out to the people of Gatetown, and apparently a staple for its citizens as well.
Meal?
Many here rely on it to survive in these times of scarcity, yet the whole arrangement just seems... well, let's just say it leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
Does it taste bad? Huh? Does she like me? Now you understand why my attempts to enter the city has thus far come to naught. The dubious privilege of residency must be won via a contest with ever-changing rules. They say this policy has been in place for the past 2 decades, ever since Yulmore's current ruler came into power. Yet from what I have seen, it does more harm than good. Not only does it distract people from our shared struggle against the Sin Eaters, it robs them of their self-sufficiency. I have tried to propose ways they could improve their lot, but my words invariably fall on deaf ears. The attitude is so entrenched now, I worry that, well, mayhap you should take a turn around Gatetown and judge the situation yourself. Ah, looks like I unlocked this area. Still here, are you? Can't blame you for wanting a slice of Yulmore's pie. If you ask me, you should ditch that sour-faced brat and make a home for yourself here. Gatetown's not much to look at, but at least it's safe, and the mail is the best thing I've ever tasted. Oh, why am I walking? I'm not in the town. Bubbling crock pot. A large pot bubbles over the flame. Pale chunks, male, you realize, float in the otherwise plain broth. Like pale chunks? Just look at it. Can you imagine a more beautiful city? Every day I dream of the life that waits me outside those walls. Oh, will they ever pick me? Are those like crashed ships? Hey, Alphino. You've seen what Gate Town has to offer? These people can no longer fend for themselves. They've been dependent on handouts of mail and believe Yulmore is the answer to all their woes. Yet no matter how I frame my encouragement, they seem unwilling, nay, unable to conceive of any other way of life. Weapon, head, chest, hand, belt, legs, and then feet will go there. Angry. You disapprove of Yulmore? 'Tis difficult to make a final judgment without first seeing the city's inner workings. Mayhap it is that uncertainty which always makes me feel so ill at ease here. Not that it matters, however unjust this system seems to me. If these people claim to be content with their lot, it is hardly my place to criticize their choices. But take that elderly lady you rescued. Does it not seem that those who have chosen to forego Yulmore's largesse are doomed to suffer for their independence? Hey, Tybalt, thank you for the raid. Were you doing a ladder race today? How'd it go? In the end, they are all but forced to seek refuge in Gate Town, and so hamlets and fields across the land are left empty and untended, hastening the region's descent into ruin. You lost to Sorbius? Nay, I am not convinced that Yulmore's generosity truly served the best interests of Calusia's people. I am not so naive as to think there is some miraculous solution to all of this, yet I cannot help but frown at the sight of hard-working villagers struggling to survive, even as the chosen few rejoice at being plucked from poverty by the hand of a capricious noble. There has to be a better way. I will not know for sure, however, until I have taken those long-delayed steps through Yulmore's Gate. 'Tis fortunate that you arrived when you did, Leonora. I have been working on a scheme to insinuate myself from the city, or insinuate myself into the city, and if all goes to plan, it should soon come to fruition. There is a beast tribe who makes its home in the sea surrounding the island, the Andal they are called, though you and I know them as Sahagan. For the most part, they keep them to themselves in their ocean grottos, and rarely have dealings with land dwellers. But as Tataru took such great pains to impress upon me during our stay in Kugane, business favors the bold, and so I reached out to them. I duly discovered that the Ando are inordinately fond of land-grown produce, fresh fruits in particular, and when I offered to procure such goods for them, they promised to pay me in pearls. An attractive business venture for any prospective investor, would you not agree? Surely even the most jaded Yolmoran lord would have time for a merchant who can make pearls from plums and pumpkins? Yes, I've come a long way since my days of buying samurai swords without first negotiating a price. My appointment with the Ando is due to take place in a few hours. I just need to collect the produce and meet with them on the shore. Might you help me make the exchange? Excellent, I should be glad of your company. First things first then, we must pay a visit to Moa, my supplier in right. Come, it is just to the northwest of here. Nod. Ah, so this guy's stealing our plan. He listened in. Either that or he's going to report it to someone. Oh, that's a new town. You get paired against some of the big names, Tybalt. You must be getting really good at free enterprise. I mean, a lot of people can't beat Pancrez. Is there something I can do for you, friend? Good day to you, Moshimoa. This is my associate, Leonora. We are here to collect the produce I purchased. Eh? I loaded up your lackey up with the goods not long ago. My lackey? I know of no such person. Mistel lad? Short blue hair? No? He said he'd come on your behalf, and since he seemed to know all the details, I just assumed. Confound it, someone must have been eavesdropping on our conversation. This charlatan was here not long ago. He cannot have gone far. We should split up and search the area. You find a vantage point on the south side of town, and I shall take the west. Also, to be fair, I swear Pancrez is psychic with the game. He always knows the right choices to make. Search the surrounding... Okay. There he is, right over there. You have located your quarry. Leonora, any sign of him? He's over there. You have a keen eye. Let us move in before he makes it good his escape.
There you are.
Boo!
The thief who claims the harvest on my behalf. Hand it over.
Well, forgive me. I have to get into the city. I have no family and all my friends have already been chosen. No one here gives a damn about me. When the meal gets handed out, I'm lucky if I get a smell of it.
Listen to the sob story.
No matter what I do, they won't call out my name. I'm so tired, I'm so bloody hungry. I thought maybe I could steal your idea, get in that way.
What is your name?
Kai Shear.
Kai Shear.
Tell me then, Kai Shear, must it be Yulmore or nothing? What of the Christerium? They may not offer charity, but you would be fairly compensated for any work you did.
No, it has to be Yulmore. That's where all my friends are. We made a promise that we'd live together in paradise.
I was to make my deal with the Ondo at the Clave. Listen carefully, and I shall tell you my plans for the business, and how best to arouse the Yulmorans' interest.
You'll give me your place? Just like that?
I'm giving you a chance, nothing more. What comes of it is entirely up to you.
I understand. Oh, thank you, thank you!
Alfredo, you're too kind. He's literally a thief. Who cares if his friends are in there?
This was but one path. There will be others. But for young Kai Shear, it was the difference between life and death.
No, it wasn't.
I do not regret my decision. Yet I will admit that a part of me wonders if it was for the best. We strive to bring swift salvation to this world, that countless lives might be saved, not least your own. Even if it came at the cost of one man, should I have forged on regardless?
Yes. Quite possibly, meaning we'd better hurry up and think of a new plan.
Indeed. We will find another way. I promise you.
I mean...
Shall we return to right then?
Nod.
Is that... I can't be sure, but I think someone's in trouble. Come on, they may need our help.
Okay, but like, how would Alfino have caught that out of the corner of his eye? At that distance, like, they had to zoom in to be able to see it. Wood eyes. That's a weird name for those things, considering they're all wood. What in the world is that thing? Weekend Rich. That should take care of the worst of his injuries. Cough sputter, mercy, mercy, I beg you. Breathe easy, sir. No harm will come to you here. The poor man is shivering. Pray, keep an eye on him while I get a fire going. Nod. I thought for certain I was dead. How am I ever to repay this kindness? We'll settle for the tale behind your current predicament. Why don't you begin by telling us your name? Tristal. I was invited into Yolmor to work as an artist. A wealthy couple took me in to paint pictures for them, but when my style proved contrary to their taste, they just as quickly turfed me out onto the street. I was left penniless and patronless, a grave sin in Lord Vothary's city. Within days they had brought me before the man himself, and he asked me what I meant to do. Dejected I told him that I wished to leave. Little did I know how soon he would grant me my wish. They flung me over the balustrade into the goddamn ocean. From up there? How are you not dashed into pieces? Don't ask me. Luck, I suppose, though if you hadn't found me when you did, it wouldn't have counted for much. Monstrous, and the citizens condone such barbaric punishment? Nod. Oh, without a second thought, when Lord Vothary passes judgment, no one so much as blinks, let alone argues. In Yolmor, his word is law. The more I hear about Yolmor, the more determined I am to see what waits within the wall. I shall bend all my thought towards securing another way into the city. There must be something we can do. But first, we should convey Tristal to the shelter of the village. Fire or no fire, he needs to be out of this chilly coastal air. Away into the city? Little lobster things. Blue lobsters. Oh no, shrimp. Right. Meow. Pray accept my deepest gratitude. I owe you both my life, and if you'll permit me, I would assist you in your attempt to enter Yolmor, insofar as I am able, at any rate. To be frank, the thought of sending my saviors into that awful place makes me sick to my stomach. But since it's plain you've set your minds on it, you should take this. It's my favorite paintbrush. The Yolmoran elite are never satisfied until they get exactly what they want. And if I'm not mistaken, the couple I mentioned will be looking for someone to replace me. If you make a show of owning such a well-used brush, you may be able to convince people you have a talent for painting. Are you certain? This is your livelihood. We cannot deprive you of such a treasured possession. I give it gladly after all you've done for me. Besides, I don't think I have the heart to paint anymore. As to what I'll do instead, I honestly haven't decided, but I shan't stay long in this place, not with that city brooding over me. Nay, I'll move on to new lands and a new profession, and I'll keep you in my prayers from now until my dying day. They say kindness is its own reward, but Tristal has repaid us with a gift as timely as it was unexpected. We will, however, need to act upon his advice before another painter steps in to fill the vacancy. Thankfully, I do have some modest skill with a brush. Nothing approaching that of a true artist, of course, but enough to play the role, I would hope. As for you, well, if you don't mind taking a subordinate role, mayhap you could pose as my assistant? Nod. Then it is settled. All we need to do now is return to Galetown and await the next appearance of those vile jesters. Oh, hey, there's 2 quests here. We gotta go up and around. Otherwise we won't get in. Okay. Hey, this is one of my favorite minions. It's so adorable. Oh god, not again. Here they come. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention once more. What a day it's been for the folks at our door. We've welcomed the peddler who made pearls from a plum, and now we've a place for a painter a plum. So come along and don't be slow, it's time to let your colors show. I could paint portraits at least. Landscapes are still so rarely commissioned these days. Oh, I thought I spied some new faces in the crowd. What fortune that you should feel at ease around an easel. What proof have you of your prowess? Any masterpieces on your person? Sadly not. Everything I paint is soon sold. Such is the life of a working artist. I have only my brush to testify for me, though you will note that it has seen no small amount of service. Ah, ho ho, flecks of paint, both old and new. A tool much loved and used. Not a prop to be conjured on the hop. Very well, come with us and we'll be those talents to the test. We'll put those talents to the test. Nod. And who is this hanger-on? Well-wisher or parasite? Why, this is my assistant. She whose unfailing support allows my art to flourish. I will go with her or not at all. Parasite, then. We shall leave her fate in the hands of your new employer. It matters not a whit to us. And having filled our last vacant space, we retire to Yolmore's sweet embrace. Oh, mercy me, the mail! We almost took our leave without leaving a loving token. We must empty the sacks ere we make our way back.
Redemption is beyond us. The lament of all but saints and fools, and the comfort of the lords and ladies of this accursed place. Once they held fast against the madness, only to embrace the coming cataclysm and delight in the end of days.
Is that a strip club? That was a strip club, right?
Perhaps in rapture they seek to lose themselves and the misery they share. Or perhaps for them alone, the promise of eternal pleasure really does hold true.
Red Jongular. Welcome, welcome to the city of final pleasures. Feel free to weep at its magnificence. No, not even a single tear? Moving right along then. Yeah. Our first task is to register you as residents, you know. Make it all nice and official. We'll smooth the way, so you just need to put on your happy faces and head through to Joyous Hall. The Bureau of Immigration is in the first room on the left side of the passage. Declare your name and occupation in a nice loud voice. The clerks will tell you where to go from there. Oh, and pay no mind to those folk off to the side of the road. Much like the hopeful in Gate Town, they haven't earned their right to enter the city proper. If, however, you enjoy basking in the envy of your fellow man, then by all means, take your time, but why waste another moment? Go, enjoy the beginning of your new life in paradise! There's a aether crystal. Here. The Bureau of Immigration, was it? I suppose we had better show ourselves willing for the time being. You go ahead and do that. I'm gonna grab these aether crystals. I should have grabbed this one, that way I could just warp back, but oh well. I can't ride my mount here. There's a shop here, apparently? Oh, apothecary. Huh. Just wanted to sell those. Do this. Alpha node size feels a lot longer. Not just me, right? Who knows? I'm assuming I go through there. What in the world is this armor? Color coordinate, dude. Like a black and red helmets, purple chest piece. Gold boots? Tacky. Just tacky. Immigration officer. Welcome to your more fortunate friends. May I have your names? I am Elfinol, an artist, and this is Leonora, my assistant. Ah, yes, I was informed of your imminent arrival. We can forego the usual interview and begin processing your registration papers forthwith. Now, the citizens of Yolmore are divided into two classes. There are the free, who are blessed with the favor of Lord Volthry, and the bonded, who work in the employ of the free. You will join the ranks of the bonded. Your duties are to serve a patron in the capacity for which you were chosen. In your case, painting pretty pictures. Should your patron dismiss you for any reason, you must find another sponsor among the free, or accept work as a general laborer. I see, and might you tell us something of the patron we are to serve? 2 patrons, actually. Kai Nuz and Dulia Kai, a Mistel couple whom we refer to as the Kais. They are both gentle souls, but I would ask that you conduct yourself with respect and humility, for your own sake as much as theirs. Now, a moment please, while I complete the relevant paperwork. All in order. These are your registration documents. Take those papers next door and submit them to the clerk. Once they've been stamped, you will officially be Yulmaran citizens. Enjoy your new life in paradise. Okay. Welcome to the Bureau of Registration. Papers, please. What have we here? Elfinode, artist. Leonora, artist assistant. To be employed in the service of Lord Kainaz and Lady Dulia Kai. Yes, everything seems to be in order. Your registration is hereby approved. I think it best that we deliver you to the Kai residence before... Sniff? Sniff, sniff. Oh dear. You smell hideous. You try fighting monsters all day long. Did you crawl here through a ditch? It's like an unholy miasma of dust and sweat and the musk of some unwashed beast. Proceed directly to the delousery next door and scrub yourselves clean. Use whichever showers are free. After you've rinsed away that stench, you'll want to splash yourselves with this perfume liberally. Once you made yourself presentable, then you may proceed to the Kai residence. Cornine, by the guard by the stairs, will give you directions. Okay. I hadn't realized we were so aromatic. Like how I'm looking at myself like, huh? You rinse yourself clean in the stream of water. Nod. You apply the perfume as directed, and the delicate scent of roses fill the air. I hope you didn't peek, Elfino. Oh, you've showered and dressed already, have you? Is it not? That is to say, it seems rather exposed for one's ablutions, does it not? What would Estinians say? Good gods, you will mention nothing of this, swear to me. Well, that was bracing. I believe the lingering smells of the roads have been successfully expunged. Shall we go and present ourselves to our new patrons, then? Nod. You're looking to present yourselves to the Kais, are you? Let me explain how the city's laid out, then. Imagine 3 layers, one on top of the other. This layer here is called the Boutresse. Above us is the understory, where military has its headquarters. And above that, you've got the canopy, which is where the free citizens of Oyurmor spend their days. So if you want to find your new patrons, you'll need to keep climbing until you run out of stairs. Then look for the Grand Dame's parlor. They'll be in there, like as not. Okay, we're gonna stop off here for obvious reasons. The mainstay. Whee! Out. All I'm here for is this thing over here. Oh. 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 That was a jail cell. Does this mean there's no teleport here? Aethernet or Aetherite shard, I mean? No, there it is. Special permission is required. Ah, do I have to beat the Stormblood? Or not Stormblood, Shadowbringer? Hello. This definitely is going to be... Huh.
Oh, who's this then?
Oh, that was not the voice I was expecting.
Lord and Lady Chai, pray forgive our intrusion. I am given to understand you are in search of an artist.
Ah, you must be the new,
Artist?
Oh, goodness me! What an adorable boy! That silken hair, those pearly cheeks, oh, and you even smell wonderful, like a bed of flowers. I approve of this one, dearest. I am positive he'll paint us the most delightful pictures.
Yes. Well, as long as he paints better than that talentless wretch we sent packing last week.
So they're the ones that threw out...
Wonderful, wonderful! Welcome to Yulmore.
Alphino, if it please you, my lady. And this is my assistant.
Is he...
Your assistant? I've heard of folk bringing in family members, but this seems a bit irregular. Aren't you a little young to have a protege?
That just shows how good he is. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
We are family in all but name, my lord. Though we share no blood, we have stood by each other through life's many challenges, resolved to prevail together or not at all.
Alphino, why are you talking like that?
'Tis she who best understands my work. With her unique insight guiding my hand, the art I create is sure to satisfy your expectations. Once the picture is begun, of course, I shall have no need of constant encouragement. And so I wondered, rather than her being in your way, might it then be permissible for my assistant to explore the city she has so longed to see? Out of gratitude for her priceless contribution to my art, I thought it only fair that I make this humble request on her behalf.
Oh, did you ever hear of such devotion? Of course your assistant must have her wish. She shall be free to roam to our heart's content. Isn't that right, darling?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course, dearest. Quite right.
Is this going to be one of those situations? Complete. We're getting close. Each quest is almost 1 million. Oh, there's our boots. Now you've the opportunity to experience Yulmore. I suggest you make the most of it. Explore the city, top to bottom. In other words, I would start with the canopy and go from there. Try wandering around the market stalls, mayhap. Such good places are usually filled with colorful characters, only too eager to share local gossip with a local visitor. I would appreciate it, of course, if you could share any discoveries with me in turn. We should both learn as much as possible about our new place of residence. Oh, hello there. A fresh register, are we? You seem a little lost. Nod. Well, 'tis lovely to make your acquaintance. Speaking of acquaintances, you wouldn't happen to have run into my attendant on your wanderings, would you? Big, strong lad, long hair tied back? He was escorting me on a shopping errand when I realized I'd dropped my handkerchief, and now I've been waiting here all alone while he's been off searching for it. I'm not terribly fond of him being alone. If you do see him, I would be obliged if you could pass on this message. Forget this silly handkerchief and return to my side at once. There it is. Wicked White, that was too close. Thank you, friend. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come along. I was trying to rescue my lady's handkerchief, you see. The wind must have blown it over the edge, but luckily it caught on something. I thought if I could just stretch out far enough. You must think highly of your mistress. She is my entire world. Without her, I am nothing. When I first came to Yulmore, I thought only of improving my lot in life. But there was so much more to the city than wealth and plenty. There is no war here, no conflict. The residents all treat each other with warmth and respect. My mistress has been ever so kind to me, and I can think of no other place in Calucia where I could possibly be happier. Cough. Sorry, I might have gotten a bit carried away. I find it hard to stop when I start counting my blessings these days. Please, you should come with me to meet my lady. Once she hears of your deed, you'll be witness to her generosity firsthand. What? Lonely, you say? Curse my clumsy feet. I must return to her immediately. My attendant told me everything. I am so very grateful you were there to offer your assistance. You value him highly, then. As if he were a member of my own family. I could not live the wonderful life I lead without him. We free citizens owe the bonded our unending gratitude. Mayhap in another society our different standings would breed prejudice or resentment. In Yulmore, a most glorious measure is in place to avert such unpleasantness. Part of that measure requires that the free surrender their fortunes. Upon registration, all of our property, financial, intellectual, or otherwise, is given over to the city. In exchange, we are provided with ample funds and commodities to live a life of pampered luxury. Being liberated from the concern of earning coin has an almost miraculous effect on people's outlook. There are no rivals to compete against, only fellow residents with whom to enjoy our tranquil existence. Now, if you'll excuse us, I must see what the markets have to offer as a reward for the return of my handkerchief. Oh, and I've not forgotten you, of course, our courageous messenger turned rescuer. There we go. All this talk of relying on the bonded, and I haven't given a thought as to what your duties might be. I hope I haven't interrupted your work on dueling? A tour of the city, is it? Then you really must visit the Beehive. It's always buzzing with activity and local humor. Anyway, a lady by the name of Tista B.A. usually has her seat near the entrance. She will gladly speak with you on any number of topics, assuming you find yourself on her good side. Oh, I love puns. Welcome to the Beehive, my lovely drone. Seeking the sting of excitement to liven up your day? I can tell at a glance when folk are new to our happy colony. It's the nervous fluttering, you see, always gives them away. Why don't we play some cards to set you at ease, eh? A quick game of high or low. It's simply a matter of guessing who has the bigger hand. If you win, I'll grant you a single favor. Within reason, of course. Interested? Welcome to the strip club. Ready for a game of high or low, then? Let's play. Good for you. No time like the present, I say. 3 cards for you, 3 cards for me. You flip one of yours over, and I flip 2 of mine. Now, what's your call? Will your total be higher or lower than mine? Low. I've got a 1. You're going with low, then. Right, let's see what we've got. My cards add up to 10, and you have... Oop. A total of 12. I lost. Aw, sorry, Honeybee, but this match goes to me. Shall we play again? Sure. I definitely have higher. You're going with high, then? Right. Let's see what we've got. 10. Yeah, I already beat her with just this. A total of 18. Congratulations, your guess was right. Usually I'd concede defeat at this point, but what do you say to a rematch? One more win, then we'll talk about that favor. Let's play. Nine, I'm higher. You're going with high then, right? Let's see what we've got. My cards add up to 17, and you have a total of 18. Hey, I win. Well, well, would you look at that? I think you've got a knack for this, newcomer. Congratulations, victory is yours, as is the prize I promised. Oh, shoot. That's all? How delightfully wholesome, but if knowledge is what you want, then that is what you shall have. In my humble estimation, the most wondrous thing about this town is how safe we are from the Sin Eaters. They say Lord Vothry was born with the power to command them, which means no Yomoran need ever raise a weapon in defense of the city. Was that the kind of thing you wish to know? If your itch still needs scratching, you might get a few words out of Atharan over there. There's not that Mary Sot likes more than the sound of his own voice. Was that Noodle Yomor, you say? Gahaha! Only just arrived, and already you're looking to peel away the layers of mystery. Oh, I'm all for chatting, but you need to slow down and enjoy life, my friend. I tell you what, you hop up on stage and give us a dance first, and then we can have our little talk. Sure. I gotta... Okay. Well, I'm a stripper now. Literally a twirl, by the way. That's the way, dance like there's no tomorrow. Whistle, now that was a show. You're welcome to clamber up on stage anytime you like. So, what was it you wanted to ask me? Ah, yes, something about our fair city. Well, I can tell you it wasn't always so peaceful as it is today. The Ulmoran army may be the very essence of military might, but even our forces saw grievous losses in the war against the Sin Eaters. Things changed for us, around 20 years ago now, when the old ruler's son came to power. He's got this way with the Sin Eaters, you see. Turned them docile as house cats. I wouldn't be exaggerating to say they've become something of an ally to Yulmore. No longer an enemy to be feared. And yet elsewhere there are still fools who insist on fighting their losing battles. Pah! A toast to Lord Vothery. You gained a preliminary sense of the city. The Kais and Elfinol will be expecting your return. Elfinol! Oh, you've returned from your jaunt around the city so soon? You needn't have hurried back. Young Elfinol has yet to put brush to the canvas. One cannot rush good art, I'm told, or good artists, apparently. Ah, finally. Huh. Look at Elfinol. I've put together an ensemble out of the garments you chose. Is this satisfactory? Oh, goodness gracious me! That last outfit was precious, but this makes you look positively dashing. You truly are a handsome boy. However am I to decide? What happened to the painting? Exactly. The lad is an artist, dearest, not a dress-up doll. It's about time we set him to work for the reason we called him here. Must we? I do love a good painting, but I thought since we were enjoying ourselves so thoroughly. Well, I'd not. That is to say, as long as you... just make sure to give the lad time to prepare. We know who will be upset if he's not ready to paint at a moment's notice. Whatever you say, darling. So, shall we pick up some jewelry next? I mean... Lady Kai has a very particular sense of beauty, and apparently that extends to how I should dress whilst painting. But this obsession of hers works in our favor. The time I spend indulging these distractions is time you can use to continue your explorations. For this excursion, I'd like you to delve into the layer below us and sniff about the military headquarters. I'm sure the understory has its own tale to tell. Yeah. Hey! Look who it is! She was surprised. Ah, crunch. Snob sniff. You're one of the bonded, aren't you? Like me? Please, I need your help. My throat, I can't sing anymore. I've been making excuses, but it's just not getting any better. If my patron thinks I'm of no use to him, then, sob, I need you to sneak out to the derelicts and describe my condition to Thoric. Here's a list of the symptoms and a hunk of mail to pay for his medicines. Please, I have no one else to turn to. Right at Night Soil. Hee hee, you need medicines? Tonics? Potions? A cure for an ailing voice, is it? No, no medicine will cure this. Methinks your songbird has a lump in her throat. It must be cut out, excised, and even then the voice may never heal completely. Hee hee, poor little songbird. Will they kick her from the nest, I wonder, or simply silence her chirps? Oh, your face, you didn't know? Of the many hopefuls who enter the city, very few are ever seen to leave, even as corpses. Oh, you might see one or two fortunate fools hurled from the balconies, but the rest gone. A town of nightmares it is, not for the ship's rat. Oh, no, no, I am content to scurry around down here and nibble on the crumbs which fall from the table. The consultation is over, you have my verdict, and I have my mail. Good day. I think it was the Glory Gate? Right? No. No, it's the mainstay. Whee! Crunch. Did you get my medicine? Sob, so that's it. What am I to do if I can't sing? Ah, there you are, my sweet canary. Have you been crying again? Don't tell me your voice is still not on the mend. Oh, generous sir, have mercy. I've done all I can, but even the apothecary said... So you've been suffering all this time? I am sorry, my pet. I hadn't realized your affliction was this grave. But you needn't fret. I'll not reward your hours of trilling by casting you out into the street. You are too kind, sir. But what use am I if I cannot sing? I fear the day I become more burden to you than treasure. Then I shall have a word with Lord Vothry and arrange for your ascension. In that paradise where resides neither pain nor illness will your song ring out clearly once again. Or mayhap you think it a step too far? No, you would do that for me? Of course. Why, I would almost wish to hasten my own ascension, knowing your blessed instrument was waiting there to greet me. Ascension? Ah, you must be a new arrival. Allow me to explain. As all know, the Sin Eaters exist to devour the sinful, but also do they serve to gather the souls of the innocent and shepherd them unto celestial paradise. It is through Lord Vothry that we learn this truth. It is through Lord Vothry's grace that the free people of Yolmor are destined to embrace salvation. We are blessed to spend our days surrounded by love and merriment until at last we are called to our final rapture. Even the bonded may find a place within that host, should their patrons deem them worthy. Lord Vothry truly is a great man, isn't he? Nod. Now if you will excuse us, we must be on our way. May you find eternal salvation for the compassion you have shown my precious canary. What? Something about that didn't sound right. Alright, back to Elfinhome. Holy crap, that's really good. 'Tis good to see you back. You were taken so long I began to worry something had happened. I've begun sketching an outline for the portrait, but nay, the Kais appear otherwise occupied. Will you share what your investigations has gleaned thus far? I'm inside of her. So Lord Vothri boasts some manner of influence over the Sin Eaters, does he? That would explain the reverence in which he is held by the citizenry. And as for his ascension business, I cannot help but be put in mind of that apothecary and his ominous remarks. If so many folk have entered the cities over the year, then where do they go? Humph. I take my eyes off you for one moment and you're chattering away with that assistant of yours. Am I to assume the outline is done then? What in the blazes? It's so unflattering. Explain yourself, Elfino. Where is your artistic interpretation? It should evoke images of affluence and nobility, and overwhelm the viewer with its boundless beauty. Lord Kai, you stated that this portrait was to commemorate your anniversary. Yours being a joyous union, it seemed to me that a realistic portrayal... Realistic? I don't want realism, I want perfection, a spectacle to slacken jaws and weaken knees, to make people cry out in amazement. Now fetch a blank canvas and... I say, did that come from above? Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. A tale to make you quiver and your noble blood freeze. There was a villain on the loose set to ruin our fair city, but our lord has got him now, and his fate will not be pretty. Yes, the hammer of justice is poised to come crashing down, and one and all who would watch it fall are invited to join his lordship in the offer. A malcontent? How dreadful. And this man is to face sentencing? That's right, in fact. If you're curious, it might be worth you going along for the experience. The offer they mentioned is part of the emergent, the level above us where Lord Vothri resides. Ordinarily, you would be barred from entering, but it seems they'll be opening its doors for the next little while. The crown lift will take you up there. You had better not dawdle then. Nod. Nod. Speak with Chadden. Joining the crowd up there? This is voiced.
That's him. That's Vothri.
Jesus! What the hell?
He's attended by Sin Eaters. But how does he keep them from attacking?
Mercy! Mercy!
Is that...
By the 12.
Kaishir?
Kaishir, what happened to you?
Who are these impudent louts? I do not recall requesting their presence.
Lord Dvortry, what is the meaning of this? Why is this poor man bleeding to death on your floor?
Why? You ask me why? Because criminals must be punished. And this man is guilty of fraud. He came to us, claiming to be a man of business. Yet his subsequent conduct has shown him to be anything but. Europe is a city built on love for one's fellow man. Those who have naught to give and live only to take are a blight upon our society. To atone for this crime, I ordered that he fling himself from the balcony. And he had the temerity to weep. Please, my lord, anything but that.
Oh god, I want to kill this
What then is
guy.
a man of mercy to do, but offer the sinner another way to show his contrition.
Another way? Meaning what exactly?
Sin eaters are part of Yulmore society, but they must be fed with ether. Living ether. So, I demanded an offering of flesh, carved by his own hand, from his own hide. And still, he could not do as I asked. A wholly unsatisfactory performance.
What the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
Tis true that Kaishia won his place here by fraud, but his actions were driven only by desire to share in your paradise. That you would cast him out I could almost accept, but to humiliate him thus, to demand his very life? Is this truly the way of Yulmore?
Oh, you dim, deluded child. Have you ever paused to consider what it takes to maintain such a paradise in this barren, broken world of ours? The guarantee of safety and stability. The knowledge that if one only abides by the rules, one has naught to fear.
The
I
fuck?
alone can offer these things, for I alone can command.
Dude, is that a head on his stomach?
And thus am I alone.
You saw that, right?
of justice, and any who oppose me, villains to be punished.
He has a head on his chest.
And people call this paradise.
You were granted a place in my city for a particular skill. What was it?
Painting.
Oh, an artiste! Then you shall paint a picture for me of Yulmore. If I find your art pleasing, then I may excuse this display of insolence. Who gave you permission to tend to that criminal's wounds? I told you to paint me a picture!
What you need is a mirror, not a painting. It will capture the horror I see before me far better than I ever could.
Ooh, damn, Alphino!
Can you walk?
I think so. Did that little worm just insult me? I'll kill them! I'll kill them all! I'll enslave their minds! I'll torment them! Torture them! Then tear out their hearts!
Are you a 2-year-old? Wait. That outfit. Forgive me, in my anger I seem to have marched us back outside again, though it is probably best we leave the island altogether. I believe we've worn out our welcome in Yolmor. In any case, I've seen enough of the world's self-proclaimed capital city to convince me that our battle against the Sin Eaters will find few allies in Galucia. I will accompany you back to the Crystarium. We need to regroup and think on our strategy anew. Nod. Kaishir, I have done you a great disservice. You were hungry and desperate, and I offered you a solution without once considering the risks inherent in you accepting it. If I had but known the price you would be made to pay. You gave me everything I needed to make your idea work. It was me who made a mess of things, not you. But even after the trouble I caused, you still stepped in and saved me, and now Lord Vothri wants us all dead. Why not come back with us to the Crystarium? I am certain we can find work for you there, if you are willing. No, that would just be me leaning on your kindness again. I need to do some thinking, learn how to stand on my own 2 feet. Very well, but you must promise you'll be careful. The Yolmorans may yet come looking for us. I'll keep my head down, don't worry, and you take care too. Give me the chance to repay what you've done for me. Huff, elf, puff, Elfino! Lord and Lady Kai. What in the blazes did you do? They have the entire city looking for you. I took a peek at your unfinished portrait, Elfino. Now I have had many a beautiful and striking picture painted for me, but there was something about your work. It was as if you had caught the very essence of our love and rendered it naked upon the canvas. It was bold, unflinching, and I adored it. Please, you must come back with us and finish what you began. I will speak with Lord Vothri and vouch for your character. I'm sure we can smooth over any hard feelings. I'm sorry, Lady Kai. There are more important matters to which I must attend. More important? What could be more important than enjoying the days we have left to us to the fullest? Pray, press me no further. We are leaving, but I would not presume to take the garments you were so kind as to procure for me. One moment. Gasp. I wouldn't hear of it. Keep the clothes, you silly boy. I insist. And I shall make arrangements so that you can pass through the gate without causing a stir. I expect you to come and visit. I will return, I promise you that. The outrage I witnessed must not go unanswered. The next time we meet, I shall be better prepared to confront the corruption which hides behind the glittering facade. Alright, back we go. Elfino. Thank you, my friend, for staying at my side through this whole sordid endeavor. Whilst not quite the joyous outcome I had hoped for, our efforts have nevertheless answered a great many questions. Suffice it to say, our plans for saving the First are unlikely to involve the aid of Lord Vothri and his subjects. Come, we must speak with the Exarch and chart a new course. This is far from over. No. Do. Yay! Ah, it is good to be back amongst friends. Not to mention my dear sister. I have not seen her for some time, but I gather she is as keen to press on with our plans as I am. And you've seen quite a lot of the first yourself now, more than enough to appreciate the scale of the obstacles we face. Let us lay our discoveries before the XR and discuss what must be done. Alright, with that, I'm going to call the stream here. Thank you everyone for watching. Thank you guys for watching, and a huge thank you to my patrons. Without you guys, I wouldn't be able to make the content I do and do what I love to do. So thank you very much, and I'll see you guys next video. Goodbye.